Okay, I think we can start. Who's nearest to the door? Lindy, can you help me? Thank you. All right. Morning, everyone. Welcome to today's labor consultation on the nationally determined contributions. Thanks for braving the Sandton traffic to get here. We've started, but this has been the norm, so don't think we made an exception for labor. This has been the norm. We've been starting 15 minutes over the time because we're quite conscious about the logistics that are involved in getting here today, which is why our call on 15-minute cities is a thing. We shouldn't have to travel so long to get to places of work. Comrades, my name is Lebogang Molaisi. I am the Executive Manager for Research and Policy for the Presidential Climate Commission. Comrades in the room do know about the Presidential Climate Commission. We are an independent advisory body that is advising the President of the Republic in terms of South Africa's transition to a low-carbon economy. At the heart of what we do is the principles of the Just Transition Framework for South Africa. So they have to do with procedural justice, which is why we're here today, to engage, to consult, to have discussions with various stakeholders. The labor consultation is the last that we're having. We've spoken to a number of stakeholders from faith-based organization, the youth, civil society. We've spoken to local government as well. Who am I forgetting? Business. Business as well. And we're now having a conversation with organized labor here today. We're going to start because I do recognize that others can join us on the way, but I think we've just got enough people in the room and I think online as well for us to have a constructive discussion today. Just taking it back to late last year, when some of you would have joined us for the capacity building session that we held. This was to take you through some initial thinking and research that is out there in terms of the nationally determined contributions that we did share with yourselves. We also included this in the invitation that you received. It was you probably got a link to a video of the previous capacity building session that you could watch. And you probably would have also received the slides from last year's session. Today's session is a bit different. We will do an overview and I'll explain right now. But today's session really is to hear from organized labor in terms of what they think South Africa's nationally determined contributions should be. So we will receive quite a few presentations, if my agenda will, there we go. We will receive quite a few presentations. We're going to start with a opening and welcome from Comrade Mbodi, who will join after me just now. And then Steve will take us through the NDC overview, and he'll cover issues related to what the NDC is, and get into issues pertaining to mitigation, adaptation, as well as means of implementation. After that, we will have a discussion on the political economy of a just transition. Comrade Barry from Nehau, who I believe is online, will be giving us that presentation. Tea break, and then after that, Dr. Basani will come in to talk to us about the just transition and its centrality within the national determined contributions, and then we will have a facilitated discussion to solicit some more views from yourselves here today. So that in a nutshell is what we are seeking to do in the time that we are here. We're hoping for a vibrant discussion. What you will see is when you ask us question in this session, we probably won't have all the answers. So adjust your expectations now, right? So we probably won't have all of the answers. So in you phrasing your question, raise it more as a recommendation, because what we are really trying to do is get to what recommendations are essential for the recommendations report that the Presidential Climate Commission will be putting together for the President on what South Africa's nationally determined contributions should be. Okay, I think let me do some housekeeping rules and then I'm going to take a seat. Just in terms of general housekeeping, when we do have the facilitated discussion and there is time to make an input, please, for the sake of those who are online, as well as for our recordings internally, because we are putting together stakeholder reports and we're taking into consideration what you're saying in the meeting so that we can include it in the recommendations report. Please state your name and please indicate which organization you are coming from. Another issue for housekeeping, the badges that, or the name tags that you received, we request humbly that they go back to the registration desk. We are recycling these and limiting our carbon footprint. And then if you hadn't already been acquainted with where the bathrooms are, it's straight out the door on your right, next door to the restaurant. Okay, that's it from me. Comrade Mbod, let me welcome you on stage to do opening and welcome remarks for us. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning. There's a language that we use when we greet, so I'm going to attempt it and see that we salute each other correctly. Amandla, away too. Amandla, don't be afraid. It's not a swear word. It's a salutation that we've used over the years. That is us appropriating the power that belongs to us, because we believe that every economy needs us. So there is a power that we have, and we are not subject, we are not under anybody. We are a partner in the economy. That is why we are here. By the way, my name is Enos Mbodi. I am from NUMSA. As you can see, I just don't have a NUMSA teki, but everything else says NUMSA. The reason why I start here is so that you may understand who is welcoming you and under which context. I am in the commission as a labor commissioner, which means I come from NUMSA. NUMSA allowed that I be here. So I represent a stakeholder called labor. And most of you that I see here, you come from there. So I want you to understand that when this work is being done, I'm not the person who is being consulted. I am going to make input also. So I just want that to be clear, because from the onset, if we don't clarify that, it might seem like there is something that we know that others don't know. There's nothing such as that. We are here to make input, and I want to also do the following. How many of you maybe are coming from the secretariat? Let me just see by a show of hands. Yeah, I can see the secretariat. Okay, you can put your hands down. And the rest of us, I can tell you, most of us are trade unionists. Okay? Let me see by a show of hands if you are a trade unionist. Yes, thank you. You can put your hands down. The reason for this is so that you may know that there is a division of labor. There is separation of duties. For those of you who are watching online, know that the secretariat are people employed by the commission. They are full-time employees of the commission. And we, as the labor commissioners, and I've got to emphasize that, we are part-time commissioners. So this needs to be very clear. As I welcome you, understand that I'm welcoming you under the context that I'm welcoming my peers, my comrade, to come and make input. And I want to indicate why that is very, very important. It is important because in the heydays we talked about breaking down the doors in order to make input. When the door is open, we don't need to break any. When the door is open, we come in, we make input, we watch to the end whether the input is taken seriously. Because everything else that exists in this earth is connected to systems. Part of the system of making input is being in a room like this or being online and without fear raising the views that representative of the views of the people we represent. So this is particularly very, very important because in your just transition framework, there are three aspects of justice that are enlisted. One is procedural justice. This is so that no one must be left behind. So I've already indicated how important a stakeholder we are. That when we talk of jobs and livelihoods, we don't talk out of ignorance. We are part of the society, but we are also part of the shop floor. So it is important that we contribute. And the reason why we contribute also is so that literally, when you go to distributive justice, where you check the equitability of your risks and opportunities, that you be knowing the story from the beginning to the end. It shouldn't be like a trip that gets cut mid-air. For instance, if you take a flight to Durban, there is no chance of you being somewhere trying to offload mid-air. So we start the journey together and we end the journey together. If there are economic benefits that we need to harness for our members, we do it until the end, including starting with making input here, watching that it becomes part of documents, making sure that it is mainstreamed, making sure that it is recorded as the aspirations of where you come from. So I think I don't have to talk too long. Safe to say that I've given you the context of why I'm welcoming you. I'm welcoming you so that you may feel welcome by the comrades who are part-time commissioners here. Come and join us. Let's work together. We are not wise men from the East. We are just like you. Actually, most of you know better than us. It is a privilege that we have been allowed by the organizations you come from for us to represent. And I can see Commissioner Buitumelo there. It is a privilege that we have been allowed to represent your views. Now you are here. You will be able to speak truth to power from here. Feel free and know that there is nothing wrong with raising things that other people are not raising. Because the idea of us having dialogues, it's so that every view enters into the fray. It shouldn't be that you judge yourself and say, I won't raise a particular view, on fearing that your view may be totally different from other views. At the end, you must know that the nationally determined contribution are connected to the Paris Agreement, which means how we reduce the greenhouse emissions has to do with this process. But having to do with this process, when you talk of the pace of transition, it is also connected to the NDCs. So the NDC will be how the country fashions a way in which there be a reduction of those. I want to close by saying what is important is to make sure that we understand that there should be local credibility of the NDCs, the product. And it should have a scientific basis, which means scientifically credible. And on the other side, internationally credible, because this is not our document that we show to each other. It goes somewhere and gets presented somewhere. But that triangle cannot be flipped upside down, where we begin to please the whole world and we don't have a credible NDC which doesn't follow any processes, which doesn't look at the justice aspect of everything. Whilst all is said and done, the answer to our climate, the issue of mitigation and adaptation, and the process we are dealing with, talks exactly to what our aspirations are as unionists. We are not only guarding jobs, but remember the reason also why we are here. The PCC was born out of the process of the Presidential Job Summit. So you don't have to second guess that jobs are very, very important for us as trade unions. Otherwise, if it was not that, we were not going to be here because we are not business people. We are looking at the interest of who we represent. And just don't forget that. Amanda, away too. And I'm not satisfied. It seems like you want me to talk an hour so that you can respond. Amanda,
Away to
away too.
Amanda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Mbodi. Those were very good inputs. So just to emphasize the point about feeling free to make your inputs, and there's no such thing as a question that falls short. Ask. We will provide clarity, and I think every input is valid. We don't want to make this a highly technical discussion, and you'll see, comrades, when we get into the substance, these are issues that you are grappling with in the movement. So it's going to be easy to make reflections on the things that we'll be talking about. I just wanted to touch on this point that the PCC is born out of the commitments in the Job Summit. That's very important. The Job Summit, that was Labour who went to NEDLEC and said that we need a job summit because we realize there's a problem, a structural problem in our economy, and we are not creating sufficient jobs. And we also recognize that if a transition is badly managed, it will have a negative impact on jobs, and as a result, affect us as the trade union movement, because a trade union is a trade union because of its members. You don't have members, what are you? You are civil society. So, no offense to civil society on the line, but that's our core business, comrades. And I'm saying our on purpose. So I had a bit of a struggle, Comrade Mbodi, when you asked the room to separate themselves between secretariat and trade unions, because there are some of us in the room who are both. We are also members of the union, Comrade Mbodi. We are affiliated to NEHAW. So thank you very much. And just to also indicate for those who are not familiar that NUMSA is the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa, a very big and vibrant union that participates in the metal sector here in South Africa. With that said, I'm going to move on to Steve, who will then take us through the overview of the NDCs. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So we wanted to give you just a quick background on why we're here and what we're seeking to do as the PCC. Some of you will have been part of the capacity building program that we ran at the end of last year. And this is really just a very quick summary of those slides. If you want more detail and if you're curious about some of the things we've talked about, all of the sessions last year were recorded and are available online. And the link to those online sessions was in the invite, but you could also find it easily on our website. So I wanted to just talk quickly about what is an NDC, where does it come from? So prior to Paris, in the long chain of climate negotiations that we've had, the goal was to get the world to agree to a top-down, legally binding set of conditions typified by the Kyoto Protocol. But it didn't work. Couldn't get enough countries to sign on. And so now we flipped that logic around in Paris and we said every country must commit to their best possible effort, and we will do this bottom up and voluntary. All right. And ideally, all of the commitments will add up to staying below our temperature targets. So that's the kind of idea of the Paris Agreement. But it means then that NDCs, the commitments that we make, are driven in country, they're sovereign, but therefore need to be very inclusive. right? They represent our view as a country of what our reasonable targets can be. So in that context, the PCC in the past and now provides advice to the President and his cabinet around what we think should be in the NDC. It's very important to note that we are not, as the PCC, drafting the NDC. That is the responsibility of the DFFE, and they are running a process themselves. But we are just providing advice, as is our mandate. And the way that we kind of do this is we commission research. The previous time we had commissioned some work from UCT's ESRG. This time we have a much broader base of research that we are drawing on. We collate the research of others. At the time that we updated the last NDC, there was some very influential work from the business sector. But most importantly, we host a series of public dialogues. The PCC has two broad mandates. One is to provide advice, and the other is to build consensus. And so we think it's very important that we engage with stakeholders to understand their perspectives. The recommendations, as Commissioner Mbodi said, are made by the commissioners. We, the Secretariat, are just doing research and running the stakeholder engagements, but it's ultimately the commissioners who will make the recommendations. And an NDC typically covers several things. Although its root is in the adaptation and the mitigation part of the negotiations, many stakeholders also take the opportunity, or many countries take the opportunity to set adaptation targets. And then it's also a very important signaling tool to the international community for the type of support that we will need in order for us to meet our any sort of ambitious objectives. And so in the shorthand for that is called means of implementation, and we'll talk a little bit more about it, but it's more than just finance. We often think of means of implementation as just finance. So this is the process that we're running. The DFFE are running a parallel process, and they will also have stakeholder engagement sessions. And so we are planning for our advice to sort of precede those stakeholder engagement sessions, but it also means you as a social partner will have a second opportunity to engage on the specific content of the NDC. We're just providing advice to the NDC. Please stop me if I use an acronym that you don't understand or you want to drill down into one of the concepts. It's also important to note that although the NDC is an international document, it has a domestic regulatory context. And so the two commitments that we've made on the international side is to submit the targets themselves, the nationally determined contribution, but then also the plan for how we will get there. And that's called the Low Emissions Development Strategy. And the DFFE are currently also kicking off a program to update the LEDs, and no doubt there will also be an opportunity to engage on that program. But it's kind of important to note, and particularly for labor, that what we're doing when we think about the low emissions development strategy and the targets that we set is providing a proxy for how we design the economy. Right, so we're making some pretty big decisions in this process, and therefore it's very important that we engage on it. But these commitments are non-binding, right? They're voluntary, non-binding in the international sphere, but we are bound to them by our domestic regulatory context. The Climate Act being the most prominent amongst those, and it's not the only thing. There's also the carbon tax and a bunch of other policy measures, but the Climate Act is central. And it creates two important things, the mitigation system and the adaptation system. Now, the adaptation system requires every government entity to do a risk and vulnerability assessment and a climate action plan. Right? And across that process, we'll build a huge understanding of what our risks and the adaptation steps we need to take. The mitigation system has a number of components to it. There's the greenhouse gas inventory, there's a range of policy and measures, but prominent amongst them are the sectoral emission targets or sets. And these are basically emission reduction targets that governments give each sector of the economy. And in a perfect world, those sets will add up to the NDC. Does that make sense? So the NDC gives us an international target for how much we can emit, and then the sets translate that target into domestic targets for each sector. And then, of course, you have a range of sector-level policies and measures that aren't all within the DFFE that help sectors meet their emissions targets. And so, for example, IRP or the IEP on the energy side are important sector-level measures. The green transport strategy would be an important sector measure. And so hopefully these things add up to these things, and these things add up to our international targets. So that's kind of the context of it. So it's important that we engage across all of these measures. And as I say, government is currently working on and consulting on NDC LEDs and sets. And so these are all avenues for us to engage with them. Commissioner mentioned some of these in the introduction, but we have agreed to a certain set of rules and guidelines when submitting our NDC. So we can't just submit anything. And some of those guidelines are the NDC has to be more ambitious than the previous NDC. And the NDC goes hand in hand with another Paris process called the global stocktake. So we make our commitments, and then the UN check those commitments against what's emerging in the science, how ambitious were those commitments in the first place, how well have we done in implementing those commissions, and kind of release a progress report. How are we doing? And so we are then meant to respond to that progress report appropriately. And if we're behind on our targets, then we need to up the collective global ambition in the NDCs. So that cycle of NDC, global stocktake, NDC, global stocktake is meant to, over time, align us with our global temperature goals. So the most recent global stocktake was released in the United Arab Emirates 2 years ago at the COP there, and it basically said we are not meeting our goals. And so the implication of that, the design of the Paris architecture, is that we would therefore be more ambitious in our next submission, as everybody else in the world must also be. It must be aligned with the requirements of science, and in the UAE consensus, we say most notably 1.5 degree trajectories. The Paris Agreement says well below 2 degrees, so maybe 1.8, but pursue all opportunities to stay below 1.5 degrees. And obviously, that then imposes a limit globally on the amount of carbon that we can emit and other GHGs. This is an important one. It must represent a country's best effort. So we can't just say, oh, well, we're going to do these things. We have to have done some work to say, this is what our best effort is. This is the economics and the employment and all of the other criteria that we have thought about in determining what our best effort is. And then finally, the submission must say why we think it is fair. Why do we think our particular plan is fair, taking into account the kind of global context? And the Commissioner mentioned that there are 3 kind of axes to this. It must be locally credible. We as South Africans must believe in this plan. It must be internationally credible, and it must be scientifically credible. And this is not easy, right? What does it mean to be internationally credible today? Got the Americans shifting far right. We've got a lot of Europe shifting far right. There's less funding available in international markets. So what does internationally credible mean? Scientifically credible is easier to pin down, but again, different studies done in different ways, some conflicting results, and then of course locally credible, as you will know, is quite there are a huge range of opinions as to what is locally acceptable. And so we are in this very much difficult and complex debate as we speak. So it's important to consider climate change and the physical risk of climate change and what that means for adaptation. And the IPCC, which are a research body within the UN, and they basically collate all of the global research every couple of years into a report called the assessment report. And we are currently on the 6th cycle of assessment reports. And they sort of trawl all of the global research. There are a couple of really prominent South African authors in that process. But for the first time, they released in the 6th assessment report a chapter on Africa. And so we've got some information around what the impacts on Africa could be. A 34% reduction in agricultural output due to climate change, reduced income growth and increased income inequality for African countries more so than anywhere else. And I think this is important because there is an equity component to the impacts of climate change. It impacts the poorer countries and poorer people within those countries more than anyone else. You have less ability to respond, you have less ability to adapt. If you do have a crisis, people aren't able to self-fund lifting themselves out of the damage. And so as a principle, that's quite important. Over 3.6 million weather-related displacements. So these are people forced from their homes because of an extreme weather event or a drought or some climate impact. And a negative 5% impact on GDP per capita. So we are 5% less wealthy as a result of climate change. And the scary thing is these are things that have already happened. The forecast is far worse. So the forecast suggests 25 to 75% reduction in agricultural output, a 50% drop in South Africa's GDP by 2100. With 1.7 degrees of global warming, we could have 17 to 40 million climate migrants, and with 2.5 degrees of warming, 56 to 86 million people displaced. That's like the population of South Africa. So the context is important. So if we look at the global stocktake estimates that if we meet our current commitments, we'll be somewhere between 2.1 and 2.8 degrees of warming globally. So well in that worst case scenario space. It's also important to note that South Africa warms at twice the rate of the global average. So if we are going to be somewhere between 2.1 and 2.8 degrees, locally we're going to be somewhere between 4 and 6 degrees, which will have enormous impact. So the position of the PCC and how we think about this is we should be avoiding these physical risks as much as possible. They're unsolvable things. How will you solve the problem of 50 million people displaced from their homes? And so we need to do all that we can to reduce our emissions globally so that we are not in this situation. From a sort of more private sector perspective, this is work done by Swiss Re, a reinsurer, and they looked at the impact on GDP at different temperature cases, and we're most likely in these cases somewhere between 2 and 2.6 degrees, and the GDP impacts for Africa and the Middle East by 2050 would be negative 14 to negative 21%. These are big impacts. And so if we do nothing, we're going to have the kinds of job losses that we fear. Wits down the road have a team called the Global Change Institute, and they are worried about these 3 tipping point risks, like risks that become increasingly likely as we get more temperature increase. A day zero in Gauteng, right? So Gauteng runs out of water. A collapse of the maize crop in sub-Saharan Africa, and category 4 or 5 cyclones hitting the east coast of South Africa, right, where we're building our gas infrastructure. Right? And so I raise these to make the point that these impacts are not environmental impacts. They're social impacts, they're economic impacts, they impact on people's jobs and livelihoods. And we need to avoid them. As you know, these would be seriously big impacts. We had a trial run of a day zero in Randburg a couple of months ago, and it wasn't fun, I can tell you. And then the last point on adaptation, if we think about this data from AR6, is the longer we take to respond, the fewer options we have over time. Right? Does that make sense? So we close options if we do nothing. And so the sooner we act, the more options we have, and the more likelihood we have of avoiding these kinds of emissions. Kinds of temperature rises. So managing emissions is fundamental, and so we drift quite quickly from adaptation to mitigation. But my last point on the adaptation side is we are committed to some level of climate change already. It's highly unlikely we'll be able to stay below 1.5 degrees, and so we're already committed to 3 degrees of warming locally in South Africa, and that will have impacts. And so we have to think about those impacts and how we deal with them. And this is one framework that we think is quite useful for thinking about that. So resilience kind of defined as our ability to preempt and withstand variability or shocks across social, economic, and environmental conditions. We saw those examples impact all of those things. And we need to do these 3 broad categories of things. We need to be able to anticipate what's happening and to be able to warn people. So the example that's come up in previous consultations is, well, if you have informal settlements in a river flooding zone, how do you get warnings to those people? Even if you get warnings to those people, where do they go? and what kind of assistance do they need? These are the kinds of things we need to be thinking about. So the adaptation team within the commission is looking at, do we have the weather monitoring systems to be able to make those predictions? Right? How much support do we need to give to the South African Weather Services for them to execute that responsibility? Then there's the idea of adaptation. What can we do to minimize the impacts of these changes? Can we build better livestock shelters? Can we make sure that people don't build in river flood zones? Right? And so that also is something we need to do. And then recovery. In the case that we are hit by an extreme weather event or a drought or some long persistent change, what do we do? How do we manage that disaster? And there are gender components to that are really worrying. Violence against women and children increases after disasters. Right? So not only do you have a higher load of people needing support, but the medical services are also overloaded with a whole range of other things, and therefore deprioritize support to victims of violence. Right? And so there are a whole bunch of quite complex components that we have to think through. But the easy way to think about this is the more money we spend here in anticipation and adaptation, the less money we have to spend in recovery. Does that kind of make sense? We're more resistant and resilient to those kinds of shocks. But thinking through this complexity is a big part of how we think about adaptation. How does this translate into the NDC? Right? It gives us a sense of what needs to be done. What do we need to prioritize and how we set targets? So can we set targets about resilience of people in South Africa? But it also gives us a sense of where we need support. Do we need to support the South African Weather Services in setting up this monitoring infrastructure or not? Right? And so when we think about the NDC, those are the kinds of things that we can think about. But as I said, the primary thing we need to do is reduce emissions globally and domestically. And of course, in the current context, it's probably more important that we reduce our emissions because others are going slower. And we need that kind of geopolitical influence in this global space. So I mentioned this is the outputs of the global stock take, and there's some positive news here. If we had done nothing, we would be at a rise of 4 degrees already. So the efforts that we have made have led us to be somewhere between 2.8 and 2.1 and 2.8 degrees. So we're at least 1 degree cooler than we would have otherwise been. Right, so our efforts are making a difference, but they also point out that we are still far short of meeting our target of staying well below 2 degrees and ideally 1.5 degrees. And so the message to the NDC process is we need to be more ambitious globally and locally. It's important to note that in all of the modeling that we see, both internationally and locally, the shape of the curves looks something like this. Most of the reductions are happening between 2030 and 2040. In South Africa's case, this is modeling that UCT did for the World Bank, and they're saying, nearly 60% of our emissions reductions are happening in the next 10 years, 2030 to 2040. And the NDC that we are debating now is the midpoint, 2035, of that period. So it's quite an important moment in planning our emissions reductions over time. Okay, so normally at this point, people ask me, what is our commitment? How are we doing? So this complicated chart is going to help us understand that. In the UAE consensus, what we agreed to globally was that to stay below 1.5 degrees, we need, against 2019 levels, to reduce our emissions by 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035, globally. So if we apply those numbers and that logic to our 2019 emissions, we would be somewhere 271 megatons of carbon emitted in 2030 and 191 emitted in 2035. Right? But we are a developing country. Right? So we would expect to be able to reduce our emissions slower than the developed world. Does that make sense? So we would expect the developed world to be below the line, so the United States and Europe and so on, and then the developing world to be above the line. And on average, we achieve this reduction curve. Does that kind of make sense? So it's important to note then that our targets are above the line. So when we say that South Africa has special circumstances, those are kind of already baked in to our commitments relative to what the rest of the world must do. And so our commitments are 398 to 500 by 2025 and 350 and 420 in 2030. And we are currently somewhere around here, 420 to 450. So we're quite well within the range around the midpoint of our 2025 commitment, but we'll have to do some quite serious work to get into the top end range of our 2030 commitment. So we're likely to just miss it or just get inside based on current policy and forecasts. And if you want more detail on that, you will be there. We have a report on that called the State of Climate Action Report on our website. So the question is, if this is our current context, what does this mean for the future? If we take straight line curves from our 2030 commitments to our 2050 net zero targets, and remember it's a net zero, so it's not absolute zero, so you see there's some emissions still left in the system, we would have an NDC range of somewhere between 278 and 330. We're just offering you this as a way to think about it. Obviously, this is not what the commitment will be. We're just saying this is how we might think about it. And so we would have a straight line range of 278 to 330. But remember, we said that, well, it's unlikely we have a straight line. It's that sort of concave shape that we saw in this chart, right? And so we would expect the actual numbers to be slightly lower. So if we look at what various models are showing around South Africa, various models that have been done for South Africa, you will see at the very bottom end, if we're aiming for 1.5 degrees, the emissions lower bound is about 200, so the bottom of the screen circle. And at the top end, if we're just focused on 2 degrees only, we'd be at 390. Now, remember, the Paris Agreement is well below 2 degrees. And we tend to, because of the way the Paris Agreement is framed, people kind of say, well, if we miss 1.5 degrees, then we must go for 2 degrees. But no, every degree, every tenth of a degree counts. So if we miss 1.5, then we must go for 1.6, and then we must go for 1.7, right? We don't just default to 2 degrees. But that's kind of the sort of extremities of the range. And if you see all of the studies that were done for 1.5 degrees, most of the numbers are around 240, 260. Slightly below that point, which is what we would expect from our kind of thought experiment. So this is just a way for us to think about where the numbers might be. But now, of course, the question that we all have is, how do we do that? How do we think about the impacts that that will have on us as people in the country and as people seeking jobs? And so the way we access that is through the economic research, and we'll share some of that with you. I'll skip that. So in terms of the research that we've done, this is the work that we as the PCC have commissioned or done with our partners. We've SA Tide, who are a research arm of Treasury, have done some really excellent work. We've done, we're monitoring some work that the National Planning Commission are doing. But there's some really interesting work across a range of areas. Large-scale economic modeling, thinking about climate change, thinking about air quality and water, thinking about sector-level issues, transport and energy in particular. An emerging area of research, which I think will be of particular interest to you, is taking those macroeconomic models and feeding them into microeconomic models. What's happening in provinces? What's happening in households? What's happening with skills level demand? And this is a sort of, it's a less mature area of research in South Africa, but an area that we think is particularly important. So we've taken all of that research, we've taken research that other people have done to try to frame how we think, what are the economic implications for these various pathways. So one of the pieces that I want to highlight it for you is work that we did with UCT, who have a big economic model that's linked to an energy model. And we could do a range of things. We could switch energy efficiency on or off. We could have localization on or off. We could have, international finance beneficial or not. And we ran all of these scenarios, and it produced a rather complicated slide, but there are a couple of things that are important to note. So these are each of those scenarios that we ran, 40 of them, plotted against the amount of emissions that we emit and plotted against GDP gain per capita. So just a couple of things to take away from the slide. One is, as the carbon budget gets smaller, right, so does the GDP gain per capita. And you would expect that, right? If you're trying to push economic developments before they're market affordable, for example, if we try to incentivize the uptake of electric vehicles, that has a cost to it, right? But to counter that, the differences are not that big. We're talking 10% differences between the bigger emissions allowances and the smaller ones. Right? But also important to note is once you get to about 10 gigatons, there's no economic gain. So 11 gigaton carbon budget or carbon allowance has the same economic gain as a 10 gigaton budget. So from an anchoring point, 10 is kind of our top end. There's no value in going above 10. And then there's questions about, well, can you do better than 10? Right? And there it's important to think about that there are things that aren't in the model, right? So if we start to look at, well, what's not modeled in a 10 gigaton growth path? One is trade impacts, and we're seeing more and more countries around the world imposing trade tariffs. Climate impacts, it's not modeling those physical impacts that we talked about earlier. Other externalities like air quality. And we've actually done some work on this. We did some work with a group called Cambridge Econometrics, who have got a big multi-country trade model. And there we concluded that trade impacts could remove as much as 5% of GDP per capita by 2030. And climate impacts are in a similar range, 5 to 6%. So remember those differences on the previous slide already wiped out by just these two factors. And a 9 gigaton budget could actually have things that drive the upside. So new business opportunities. What if we do mining of vanadium and more copper and these kinds of things? What do we do about batteries, value chains? What do we do about localization? And so there are opportunities to create jobs and GDP growth in those things. Access to preferential finance makes a big difference. And of course, then there are upside of trade changes. You're trading things that are more in demand globally. And so your 9 gigaton budget could be an underestimate of GDP. So that kind of logic says, well, if we anchor on 10 gigatons, actually we might be better off at 9 gigatons, possibly even at 8 gigatons. But the key message is that there is massive economic potential and job creation potential in the transition. And the work that we did with Cambridge showed that from a jobs and growth perspective, our best strategy is to transition our economy. There's lots of detail in these studies that we're happy to share with you and that you can get on our website. And if you're curious in more detail, we had sort of a 5-hour session on this in November that's also available for you to watch. The last thing we have to think about is equity. So remember we talked about our best available effort. What we've been talking about so far is our best effort. What do we think we can do? But we also have to think about why is this fair? So if we think about our available global budget to stay below 1.5 degrees, right, we have 275 gigatons left. And so if we as South Africa say, well, we deserve a 10 gigaton budget, right? That's 3.6% of the available global budget. And our current economic and population contributions are between 0.6 and 0.8%. So we would be arguing that we deserve as South Africans 4 to 5 times more than our existing share. Is that fair? I don't know the answer to that question, but we have to be able to think about that. And then I would also note that that gives us a 50% chance of staying below 1.5 degrees. We're still flipping a coin on whether we stay below 1.5 degrees. And so if we look at the 2 degrees, also at a 50% likelihood, a 10 gigaton budget is much closer to our global contribution. Right? So kind of just as a way of framing, like how do we think about fairness and equity? Okay, so the way people think about these NDC ranges is the top end is what we can do without support, and the bottom end is what we can do with support. right? And what does that support look like? And we talk about means of implementation and 4 broad categories. There's finance, there's capacity building, there's technology transfer and IP, and there's trade. And typically we think about trade as punitive. There's the CBAM and there's border tariff adjustments, but they can also be rewarding, incentive-driven. Could we have a preferential trade agreement with Europe that allows us to transition our iron and steel sector to be making green iron and green steel? How does that help us mitigate the risk of investing in those sectors? And so there's a lot more to how we think about support than just finance, although we tend to be dominated by the finance discussion. And the capacity building example, if we want to do risk and vulnerability assessments at every municipality in the country, do they have the skills and capacity to do that? Right? If they don't, there's a good option for capacity building support.
Better example.
Please.
If there are workers in other countries who have already adopted technologies that we are going to adopt, we could have union to union skills development training for those, new technologies.
Yeah, thank you. So that takes a bit of thought, right? And it's a perfect example because it's a more union specific example, and that's what we're kind of looking for from you. What do we need to say to government around these means of implementation? Where do we need support? Where do we need finance? The main question, though, and it's especially relevant at the moment because of changes in international global governance, is there isn't the level of support there was 3 to 5 years ago. There just isn't. And we kind of have to live with that reality. And so how we leverage the support that we get is very important. And so if we can magnify the support we get 10 times locally, we can start to meet our kind of goals. And so the way we leverage the support has to be extremely strategic. Now, there are also 2 parallel things that we have to think about. It is very necessary that we reform the long-term financial structure of our global economy. It is currently unjust. And so how we do that and the sort of initiatives coming out of Barbados and the initiatives led by President Ruto in Kenya, these are all very important things, but they are going to take us 10 to 15 years to kind of get to grips with. And so we still have to think about what is the most effective way we exist in today's global economy where there's reduced support but increased need. So finally, just a review of where we are. We need these kinds of levels of money. So we're talking about quite a lot of investment in the economy. And obviously that level of investment creates jobs and increases GDP and creates a healthier economy. But how are we doing so far? So currently we have about 130 billion rand of investment. And this is work that Kwezi and her team have done within the PCC, well short of what we need, but there's some positive things in here. You can see that the private sector is investing quite a lot, and why that's positive is because we are using our government spending wisely, leveraging investment in other spaces. But there are also some worrying things, quite a high level of debt. We're spending most of our money on mitigation rather than adaptation, and we really should be thinking about a 50-50 split. And most of that mitigation spend is on clean energy. Where are we underinvesting? We're underinvesting in agriculture and forestry and water and some of critical adaptation sectors. So some positive signs, some less positive signs, but this is the sort of context that we are in on the climate finance side. So that was a really quick, maybe not quite quick enough, Chair, run through of the sort of highlights deck of our previous capacity building training. Happy to take some questions, or we can also do that over tea. So I've offered to every group, my favorite topic in all of this is energy transition. So if you want to harass me over tea or lunch, I'd be very happy to talk about that with you. Any sort of questions or observations at this point? There's one. Can I do this, Chair? There's one at the front table and one at the middle table. If you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself, and don't forget to use your mic because otherwise people can't hear you online.
Thank you for allowing me. My name is Disemal Juan from Sakao. My question is around your presentation. In fact, your presentation has evoked many questions, but naturally, I wouldn't necessarily go over all those. And the private sector investment, insofar as mitigation and adaptation is concerned, as you have said, it's a bit substantial. But do we have to be, or from a labor's perspective, one would say we need to be circumspect insofar as that is concerned, because they earned a free lunch from the private sector. And that's what is it that they earmark? Because my fear is, or my concern for that matter, let me not address a fear, is around the potentiality of having to adopt and adapt to the renewable resources that will ultimately be and largely be in the private hands other than to be in the public hands. And we know the ramifications of profiteering for that matter. And the second question would be around the world B. The world peace scenario that we have painted is in fact a reality. And on the other hand, in our country, there is resistance for the treasury to raise taxes in whatever form of having to accrue revenue for the essentials. So I'm making that connection. That resistance of tax increases, but at the same time, the reality and the existentiality of the world peace scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. As Lebogang said at the beginning, we're not always going to be able to answer your questions, but how we are trying to listen to your questions is what is the heart of it that we need to include in the recommendations. And so what I heard from you is real concerns about how we fund this, how we make sure that the interests of the poor, of communities, of workers are protected in this transition, that we don't concentrate capital in the same hands that have got it over the past. And so there's this challenge that we have of how do we manage finance when we have constrained balance sheets nationally. We have resistance to changing costs for the poor because they already, even the middle class already can't make it today. And you know, I don't have the answers to that for sure, but I hear that challenge and it's something that we have to reflect. So in the mechanisms that we design for our economy, we have to be very conscious of these concerns. I realize it's a very unhelpful answer, but hopefully it gives you a sense of what we're trying to do here. The other thing that, to your world B scenario, I agree we're very much drifting into a world B scenario where we're moving slower rather than faster. What does that mean for us? Well, it means that there might be a longer demand for fossil fuels than would have otherwise been, but it also means that there is more supply. And so it may make it harder for us to be competitive in some of these fossil fuel spaces. If you think about what's happening in the United States, they are ramping up production of fossil fuels, but they're still ramping down demand. And so now there's an oversupply of fossil fuels into the market. And those are the kinds of things that we were trying to think through in that modeling study. And so it's possible that a slower moving world makes it harder for us as a fossil fuel exporting country. Right. But again, there's some uncertainty there. But this point about raising finance and how we raise finances is really, really important. And the area that most notably that we at the Commission are worried about is electricity pricing. We have to recover the costs, the true costs of running the electricity system, and that either comes from tariffs or from the tax base. And so how do you structure that in a way that allows people to afford and have accessible electricity, but at the same time without crippling the tax base? So, glad I don't work for Treasury. Thank you. And then there was a question at the middle table.
Thanks. I'm Tanya. I'm from COSATU. You pointed to the astronomical legal costs and how the legal costs are diverting funds away from mitigation or adaptation. Can you just give us an idea on what are the biggest legal cases underway now, and which companies are the companies that we should be looking at?
So I don't recall talking about the legal costs, but it is a factor. There are all sorts of court cases around the world being held against companies that are high emitters. But it's a challenging situation for us. And, one of the key companies that are subject to that is Sasol. Sasol employs about 80,000 people directly. Their products feed into the chemicals value chain. And so downstream of Sasol, people like AECI and Omnia are dependent on those inputs. And so they produce 30% of our inland liquid fuels. And so there's a balance of payments issue there, as well as a sort of logistics costs issue. And so they're kind of central to the economy. They're also the one of the highest point source emitters in the world, hence the legal case. Right. And so for us as South Africa, and why we think that the NDC and the LEDS discussions are so important, is we're making decisions about how we structure the economy. If we choose a carbon budget that's very small, there may not be room for heavy emitters like Sasol. Right. But then you sacrifice some of these other impacts, right? Very positive impacts, as well as sort of capacity building. As someone was telling me, some vast proportion of chemical engineering PhDs in South Africa are funded by Sasol. So there's those kinds of connections. But it's a choice that has to be made, right? And we had Sasol in the modeling there. You can either allow the model to close Sasol, right, which has gains in some places and losses in other places, or you allow Sasol to meet its targets, which has gains in some places and losses in other places, or you let Sasol run emitting as it is. Right? But what that means is you have to take emissions away elsewhere in the economy. Right? And I highlighted Sasol because they're prominent in the legal cases, but it's true for ArcelorMittal, it's true for the mining sector. We need these kinds of emissions reductions across the economy, and we have to be very strategic about it. So my big interest, one of my other big interests is iron and steel. We will need more iron and steel to build a rail infrastructure to move cars from road to rail. We'll need more steel to build the electricity infrastructure, both transmission and generation. If we don't have the local capacity to produce steel, what does that mean? Then we're buying it on international markets where we can't be too certain of the price. Right? And so there's some strategic issues that might affect how you allocate emissions across the economy, and those also have to be thought through. Right? But in the context that to take no action is to court disaster. And so we have to work out what action we will take. And therefore, it's fundamentally a a decision that must involve us all. I'm looking at the chair for permission. Please go ahead.
My name is Kidibone Mdolo. I'm from Dinos affiliated to COSATU. Possibly I've missed, I believe, one important point of the commitment.
Mhm.
We've been talking about commitments. What are those? Possibly I've missed that. Again, you encouraged us that there are job opportunities in the just transition, and I'm with you there. But my problem is that it seems like we work in silos in a way where sometimes it seems like the issue of interlinks on what we are doing, it's something else. Yesterday, we were in one company. They are dealing with steel, which we are talking about. And what was interesting, what you've just said, they said 80% of what they are doing somewhere in Boksburg, that's steel, they are exporting it. The company's been in this country for 40 years. And their employment, they are having 40 employees for the very 40 years. And it's a private company. So why I'm saying it's like there's something which we are not doing right, you know, with connecting what we are doing in the country. The company also, let me be specific, they are dealing with issue of green hydrogen and doing all those on those issues. We are talking here about finance. And we don't want to always turn these forums where we have to have strategies to go forward to make it a complaint sessions. Can, within these commitments, there be commitment? We know finance is a problem. Then how do we deal with the issue of finance? It's a drop in the ocean to say we are going to increase 2% or how many percent of VAT? It's not assisting us. People are unemployed. Who's going to pay that? So what I'm saying is, can we make sure that when we deal with these issues of climate change, just transition, and green economy, we can link each other? Who's doing what in this? So that we don't continue, because what I've seen in this presentation, let me tell you, in all the presentation, most of the time where I'm attending, you'll find this, and we always talk that. If it needs us to say, even if it's under your PCC, the finance minister is here for us to tell us to say, Labor, for you to assist us to move. These are the pros, these are the cons. And we become intentional and we move, comrades. We cannot be saying, you've just showed us the 80% of finance that we are spending for mitigation. But like you're saying, adaptation, KZN, it's in chaos. Where's the money? So it's like we are talking, you know, in our language, I'll try to translate it. It's like you are having a bucket which is having holes, but you are busy pouring water and expecting that basket to be full. I'm not giving you a solution, but really sometimes we just have to be intentional. And the disadvantage of intentional is that somewhere there are victims for us to have a concrete progress. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, these are very important points. And when we give feedback, on when we write our recommendations. I think there are two things we want to give recommendations on. One is procedural stuff, and the point that you are making is the TFFE can't do this on their own. There's treasury issues, there's trade and industry issues, there's community issues, and these are all sitting in different parts of government. And so the process of setting these kinds of targets and these kinds of plans has to take into account all of these things, as well as the stakeholder groups that kind of represent those interests. So, I enjoyed your bucket example. We'll have to work that into the report somehow. But this idea of that we're working in silos, I think, is very valid and very powerful. In terms of what the actual commitments are, I mean, on the mitigation side, we had those commitments in that chart. We've committed to between 350 and 420 tons of carbon equivalent at 2030. And the commitments on the adaptation side are a little bit harder to define. So we've really just committed to do better planning, at least in that phase. But the idea is to get better every time. And so I'm also cautious that we're not going to be able to, in this year, get to some of the depths of the kinds of finance issues you're talking about now. But if we put them on the agenda in the next cycle, that we must be prepared for that conversation, have gone a lot deeper. And the whole idea of the Paris architecture is that we improve over time. So we set more ambitious targets, but we're also working on the background systems and conversations and democracy within the country to defend those commitments, if that makes sense. So some of the recommendations that we will make will be for this cycle. What must we do before the end of the year when we will submit? And some of them will be for future cycles. Procedurally, what do we need to do better? And so I think those are important points. And sorry, I'm going to come to you right now. Just to help you understand what we're producing, we're going to output a couple of important things. We're going to present the actual recommendations. You know, the president doesn't have time to read a 200-page report, so that's going to be short, 10 pages. That's the challenge Lebo has set for the team. 10 pages, these are the key recommendations. But there will be a technical support report that supports that, which will have a lot of the data and the research. And importantly, what we're also then drafting is a stakeholder engagement report. So we will be carefully listening to what you say, and we're always nervous at the end to try to summarize what people said, but we're going to kind of transcribe what every stakeholder group has said, and we're going to reflect that in a stakeholder report. Some of the feedback you give us, we won't be able to deal with in the NDC, but it will impact the other work that we do within the PCC. So we are trying to find, well, okay, if that's obviously an important piece of feedback for us, where do we find it in the rest of our PCC program? So those are kinds of the three things that we're doing. And then you will obviously also be given the opportunity to input into the recommendations that we make. So once we've drafted them and the commissioners are happy with them, it will go out back to you for comments and give you a second chance at saying, well, we like this, we don't like this. And then after that process, the commissioners will submit it formally to the President and Minister George in particular. Okay, we had one comment there, and then I think I'm going to hand back to Lebogang, who has a busy program to run.
Thank you. Good morning, comrades. My name is Mavu Molelo from Satao, which is an affiliate of COSATU. When you spoke about the means of implementation, one of the points that you raised, you said the capacity building. I remember in one of the PCCs, there was a boy from high school. I think his name was Josetil or something. I forgot the name. He was representing the youth, and he said, I was the youngest. I think I was the youngest. He was maybe older. He said, I hear all of you old people are busy. Yeah, Marana was young at that time. He said, I hear all of you old people are speaking here, and you have views, to civil society, labor, and all that. And he said you have views, but then in all things that you are saying, there isn't much that is being said about us young people, which is the youth. And my point that I'm trying to arrive to is to say, when we are talking about capacity building at the present moment, we are not pushing the issue of the current curriculum that young people are doing at schools. And you find that we would want to then come and talk at the level whereby as labor we want to defend the current working class. But then if ever we were to build capacity, why are we not starting from the schools? Why our children are not learning about the just transition and the climate crisis that we are faced with at this present moment? And that will also go back to technology. We can still invest and have technology means that young people can learn at schools, so that when you find when a child like completes their matric and all, they already know about these things. So when you would want to start building capacity at a level, I'm already employed, I've been there for over 20 years, and now there's an issue of just transition that we need to transit from what we used to, then you'll always find that there is a bit of resistance. But if ever young people have learned from this, because the truth is we are all old. I'm the youngest in this room as well. We at some point, the young people will still have to come and take over from where we are right now. But then if we then said, this is what they learn from the schools, it will definitely be easy for us. So this thing of saying young people must, we are putting them or leaving them aside is not helping us, because from all the presentations that you have done today, even the previous ones, you can see that this is a problem that we are sitting with forever. And we need then to start now preparing ourselves. And in fact, right now, we are at the point where we are implementing certain things. We have seen some tech sectors and all that things are being implemented. So let's start doing that from now. The curriculum need to change so that people can then be well prepared. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a very important point. And we had a consultation with the youth on Saturday, and the reason we hold it on Saturdays is to allow school children to be able to attend. And this came up a lot. It was a big part of the discussion, a very important point. I always used to think when I was very young that the cutoff of 35 for youth was so old. And now I'm thinking, oh, it's so young, you know, should change it to 45. So we've neglected the online communities. So Simpiwe, are there some online comments?
So we've got two comments that I can see on my side. We've got a comment from Jacques Hugo, who a former commissioner of the PCC. He says, "Thank you for the presentation. The UN reported late last year that current commitments fall far short of what is needed to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and avoid the worst impacts of climate change." And so he says it's critical that countries deliver more ambitious NDCs to ensure a safer future for people everywhere. And the question is there global appetite to do exactly that? We also have a question from, I am going to read the question verbatim as is, from Rodney Mohla Monyane from SATU. So we are aware that the commission is also funded by the US, which I believe contributes a significant amount. Now, with the current tension between South Africa and the USA, in inverted commas, the Trump madness, as I called it, do we have a mitigation strategy towards ensuring this will not affect the financing of these models to be implemented?
Yeah, interesting questions, and both connected, actually. So the question from Jacques, and welcome, Jacques, love to have you with us. The global appetite is complicated, right? What we're seeing is some entities moving faster, China, India, Europe, and we're seeing some entities move slower. I mean, the UK is also moving much faster than before, but obviously the US moving slower, right? And so is there global appetite? I still think largely global appetite is intact, but there are obviously some big shifts. Even in parts of Europe, there's some big shifts to be slower. But I mean, the underlying sentiment that it's critical that we be more ambitious is really important. We must just keep reminding ourselves of the consequences of not taking action or taking slower action. And that is worse for us, and it's worse in particular for the poor. To the question about the US and funding, it is a broader international problem, particularly for people funded by USAID. I'm not aware of the PCC the commission itself receiving any US funding. I don't think we receive any US funding, but there is some US funding in the JET IP, which is run by the project management unit of the presidency, headed up by Joanne Yarwich. And she actually commented on this in yesterday's session. And I can't do justice to what she's saying, but she basically said, and please do feel free to look it up. The recordings should be online sort of middle of next week. But she did comment on this more fully, but basically saying that of the US support, it's about $1 billion. And of that, a lot of it is already deployed. And so we can't lose the money that's already been issued, but there will be a small amount of money that is impacted. But the US money in the JET process is primarily stimulating investment from private sector entities. And so it does have an impact, but it's not a derailing impact at all. The predominant funding is coming from EU and UK entities, and increasingly others, the Canadians and other players. So that process is still happening and is in fact getting stronger. So the initial amount was 8.5 billion US dollars, and it's now up to just short of $13 billion. And so we are seeing more investment rather than less, but definitely the US has changed the landscape, particularly for people who have smaller projects, who are not kind of doing national level projects, because now the EU and other donors are having to cover the shortfall created in existing programs by the American withdrawal, which means they have less money to distribute. And so there's a general lower amount of international support available at the moment. However, we think about that ethically. Okay, thank you, everybody. I know you may have lots more questions, so please feel free to chat in the breaks. And if I can just make one last point, please, Lebogang. At the back, it may not be written up, but there is an email address, mitigation@climatecommission.org.za. If you have any questions or you want to give us longer feedback, you're welcome to write us a long email and send it to that address, and we will read all of those emails when we're compiling the reports. Thank you, Lebogang.
Round of applause for Steve, please. All right. Comrade Bujumelo, please send the ITUC framework for trade union responses for the NDC at the mitigation address. I think that's very important. And in fact, we'll also circulate it amongst the people who are here, just for you to understand how the ITUC, from a trade union perspective, is already thinking about issues related to the just transition. The ITUC is the International Trade Union Confederation for Workers. Thanks, comrades. That was a very interactive session. So the team is shell-shocked that they have to put a policy recommendation that's 10 pages long. But we used to do this in the trade union. Remember the blueprint for workers? We said if a worker can't read it in the lunch break, then it's too long a document, right? It's important for it to be short, concise, get to the point, give us your key takeaways so that we can also go away and implement. So very good initial sessions. Just to say, if you haven't made your inputs in this session, you are still a comrade. We're going to have lots of time to have further inputs and reflections during the day. We're actually going to have a session specifically for inputs. So comrades are more than welcome to make their inputs in that session as well. But if there are issues that are burning, there are post-its on the table, and we'll just show you how to direct those inputs after the two speakers have made their inputs, and we'll talk about that as well when we come back from the tea break. Very happy, when comrades also introduce themselves, I should have asked that please also stipulate which sector you're coming from. It's also important for our report. So Comrade Mabu is from the transport sector. Comrade Gidiboni is from nursing. Comrade Isema, you are from catering and allied workers union. I want to see did I miss anybody? Tanya, you from the Confederation, so you represent all sectors. So it would be also nice to hear which sectors you represent. With that said, I'm going to welcome Comrade Tanya, who is from COSATU head office. COSATU is the Congress of South Africa's Trade Unions, for those of you who don't know, the largest federation in South Africa, and she'll be taking us through some inputs and reflections from the PCC's NDC recommendations. Round of applause for Comrade Tanya.
Hi, comrades. I'm not doing the Amandla. I'm a little old white woman. You can do it for me. The discussion reminds me of something that took place many, many years ago in NEDLAC. So we're sitting in the Fiscal and Monetary Chamber, and there's lots of technical discussion. And they turn to one leader and they say, "What do you think?" And he says, "Look, I didn't understand everything you said, but if it's bad for workers, we oppose it," right? Now, there's lots of technical stuff here. We don't have to understand every little thing. There are people who can do the technical work for us. Our job is to say, what impact is it going to have on workers? If it's going to be bad, oppose it. If we can change it to reflect our interests, we must change it. But at the end of the day, this is a site of class struggle. It's not a discussion on numbers. I don't know if my presentation's going to come up. I'd given it right. So, the comrades, I'm not sure, some people may be very well versed in what the just transition is. Other people maybe not. I'm just going to run through very quickly for comrades who are coming in new, just to get a little bit of a background. So the key points for us on climate change is caused by our current system of production, distribution, and consumption. We know that that system is unjust now, and it's unsustainable. Both looking at climate change and how many greenhouse gases are being emitted, look at the Sassels as an example, but it's unjust and unsustainable now because how many of us sit, for example, work in the sun, work in factories that are not safe, while bosses are sitting in air-conditioned offices earning huge bucks. So we know there's a need for change in how we're producing, on who gets the benefits, on how we're consuming. Climate change affects us all, but especially the workers and the poor. So when there are floods, for example, in KZN, and schools close for weeks, it's our children that are not going to school. The bosses are making a plan, they're going to school, they've got internet connections. Their children are never going to suffer. Our children are going to suffer. When hospitals and clinics close, we can't get access to healthcare. Bosses will go to another private hospital and get access to healthcare. So that's why I say it's a site of class struggle. We have different interests to the bosses. We need to advance our interests. Comrades can look at this afterwards, but we know there's more extreme weather events that's affecting us. There are the floods having devastating consequences for people losing their homes, schools being affected. Drought means more people go hungry, the price of food increases, and we're seeing more and more of these like cholera disasters. I'd given an example of how it's a site of class struggle, and I'm going to just give one or two other things. Do you agree with this or not? If you don't agree, then we need a long discussion. Number 4, rising energy costs crush low-income families. The rich barely notice. Heat waves, dangerous work for outdoor workers. The rich stay cool indoors. Climate change hits the poorest hardest, inequality in action. And we can go on and on. Drought spark food prices, the poor go hungry, the rich keep eating. So part of looking at how we address it is we say, okay, climate change is here. There is a transition happening already, whether we like it or not. Companies are moving in a certain direction. Governments are moving in a certain direction. But how does this transition affect us? Is it just for us? And the key thing is that, where is the worker? How is the worker impacted? How are we addressing inequality? The key things we fight for to ensure that the transition is just, it's not a taken that it's a just transition, is that workers are at the center. Workers get information, make input, negotiate. It cannot be just if our voice isn't heard, but it cannot be just if our voice doesn't change policy as well. We can't talk for the sake of talking. We've got many other things to do. We need to be able to change policy, and government and business must accept that this is a negotiation. For the transition to be just, we must be saving existing jobs. We can't see a jobs bloodbath. That's not just. Who's it benefiting then? And we need to be creating new jobs as well. Can't just be creating any jobs. It must be decent work. We need social protection and income protection. So we know very well from negotiating retrenchment after retrenchment, sometimes you just cannot save all the jobs. The question then is how are we going to protect those workers? Because we're not going to discard those workers. So for a transition to be just, there must be social protection, there must be income protection. There must be reskilling and upskilling for workers. If we're changing, we don't want to just have a transition saying, okay, well, we've got some jobs. The transition must fundamentally change how society is operating. So one of the key demands is energy democracy. We can't have a whole lot of new energy companies being set up and then find that people still do not have access to electricity or that electricity becomes unaffordable. So that's energy democracy. Who's owning the new companies? Is there social ownership? Does government own it, which what we want? Do workers own it, which we want? That's a question. But there cannot be democracy unless we're addressing those issues. The state has to play a central role. If we privatize energy, if we privatize the just transition, that's not just. We're hollowing out the state. We're hollowing out any chance for our needs to be met. The issue of climate finance has come up. It's been a long-standing demand from Labour that where we have to transition, we must be given the funds to transition as countries, as companies. And then lastly, given the debates, the discussion on the 2%, there has to be an end to austerity budgets. We cannot have a just transition if government isn't putting money into healthcare, if government isn't upgrading municipalities and helping municipalities mitigate the negative impacts of climate change, as an example. So that's just broadly setting the scene. So how does this broad overview of class struggle, of putting our interests first, what does that mean for the nationally determined contributions? I'm not going to go into what they are. We've just had a very detailed presentation from Steve. Our key focus is, what does it mean for us? Certainly, COSATU accepts there is some level of ambition required for NDCs. We do have to lower the temperature or the rise in temperature, right? Workers suffer at the end of the day. But we can't say we're going to have ambitious NDCs, we're going to cut greenhouse gases, and then find that we've lost tens or hundreds of thousands of jobs. That's not a trade-off that we can make. And these things are all about trade-offs and balance. We can't accept, we accept. The NDCs currently say the first area to focus on is electricity. It's the largest emitter. We accept that. We must focus on electricity. But we can't focus on electricity and then say, if it's a priority, we have to cut it so quickly that we're going to lose jobs, that everything is going to be privatized. So the question comes down to balance and detail. What criteria are we going to use if we're looking at the NDCs and if we're setting the NDCs? The first thing is, how will they impact workers and the working class? I hear what Steve is saying. I see what government is doing. They're saying, these are the numbers of emissions. We need to lower, and I'm making these numbers up, from 350 to 300, right? That cannot be our measure. Because what can happen is we can meet the numbers and lose the jobs. We can meet the numbers and have rising electricity prices. So part of saying a just transition and part of saying in terms of commitments, you look at what developing countries need, is we must look at what's happening to employment. We must look, for example, as what happens to the cost of basic utilities or food. We cannot focus only on numbers. The second thing is, how will the new nationally determined contributions contribute to changing the structure of the economy? So we can say, great, we're lowering the amount of emissions. But what happens if it's going into a few private companies that are going to profiteer immensely from it? And we hollow out the state loses ownership. There is no worker control, there is no worker ownership. Do we want to have an even more unjust economic structure? No. How is this change impacting social structure and power relations? So we can be reducing. But if workers, for example, are no longer in Eskom as a big utility and are now in 50 smaller renewable companies, we as unions lose power. Do organizers want to run to 50 little companies around the country trying to organize and address issues? Or is it better to be in one big utility? As another example, power relations. If government is gradually being eroded, that's a shift in power relations and neoliberalism wins. So what does the NDC document say? Because we can speak broad principles and we can speak broad numbers. But at the end of the day, the devil is in the detail. And I went through the latest document and it's fascinating. It's changed the way I'm thinking about it. Broadly, if we look at our engagements with PCC, and PCC has been very consultative, and the Labour commissioners, I know, are very active on PCC, pushing Labour demands. There's broad acceptance that we need a just transition, that we face very specific challenges as a developing economy, so we can point to levels of poverty, inequality, unemployment, that we need social dialogue, and that there must be inclusivity. And you can look at some of the statements that are there, and the statements are very good. They say language that we would agree with. It's great. We agree on it at a broad level. But when you go into the detail of the document, any of the progressive strands that have been discussed and agreed are not reflected in the document. So I'm going to keep moving because there's lots. There's broad agreement that we need to address and we need more finance, that we need to support building resilience, that we need finance for not only mitigation but adaptation. Broad agreement, it's there in the documents. And certainly the issues that we've raised before with the PCC are well reflected. I won't go through all of them. I've addressed some of them now, but it's just saying we want progressive inputs. We need procedural justice. We cannot have overly ambitious targets without looking at the impact on workers. Science shouldn't be the only determining factor. That's what I'm saying. We can't just focus on the number. We need procedural fairness. The role of the municipalities is critical. Those points have been taken on board. In the broad dialogue, PCC has taken on board. But if we look at what government is doing, and that's where we need to shift our fight. Government in the documents is doing something entirely different. They say all the good language in the world, but they're not implementing it. If you tell me that you treat me equally in marriage and you're a wonderful partner, if you go and hit me, it doesn't mean you're a wonderful partner. Your actions and your commitments count more than your flowery words. So if we look at what's in the document itself, the document points to a high level of ambition. Why we have such a high level of ambition and a fast pace, we need to contest. I hear Steve's point saying others aren't acting, so we need to act. We can't not act because others aren't acting, but we need to act appropriately to meet our developmental needs and to meet the needs of the working class. So government, in their own NDC document, said the upper end, so they made the original commitment and then they revised. The upper end of the target range was reduced by 17% to 2025. The upper end to 2030 is reduced by 32%. I know we're supposed to be ambitious, but if I ask how many jobs are going to be lost because of this, nobody can tell me. If I say what's going to happen to local economic development in certain areas, nobody can tell me. How does Kamati get decommissioned, right? All the lovely language, but nothing is being done to stop that. So I'm going to point you to some of the key areas in the language that we need to look at. One of the things that government commits to is saying that there must be a planning process for the NDC. Well, what we know is that the PCC has engaged us extensively. We can get research from them. They've met with us. There's been capacity building workshops. Government? No. Especially given the points raised earlier. It impacts industrial strategy. It impacts municipalities. Have we had engagement with government more broadly on how we're going to engage that? No. So we need to make sure that when government is saying it's important to have public processes and that we participate, we must drag them to NEDLAC. They must reach agreements that are binding. They can't talk and do what they want. Another thing that they point to, sorry, and I'm battling to read here. Government's good flowery language says we must look at our own circumstances. We must look at development, right? In the documents they submit, the document asks for what specific circumstances do you need to consider? It doesn't put anything. It says broadly, we'll consult. It's not saying we have a crisis of unemployment. We have crippling inequality and poverty. This is how we need to address it. The language just says, well, we'll talk. We need them to show where it says, what are you looking at, what's important? Say, we need to address poverty. We need to address unemployment. Again here, it says, what specific projects, measures are to be implemented to contribute to mitigating? How do we make sure they're co-benefits? So for example, are there projects in municipalities to make sure that when there floods, people are not totally devastated? I'll give a nice example. Somebody the other day from Orange Farm comes to me, she says, there's been heavy rain, their houses are totally flooded. All that they've been trying to do and get government to do is clean the stream. The stream is overflowing because there's so much rubbish in the screen. Why is none of that mitigation listed for us to do? Why are the municipalities not tasked with mitigation, as another example? Why are our efforts to create employment, could be through EPWP, linked to just transition, why is none of that reflected there? You can't say it's important to mitigate and have resources and then not put in any projects and not say, because we're devoting resources to mitigation, to reducing unemployment, this is how it affects our commitments. Further, so I'm just trying to read. I can't read it 100%, so I hope I'm talking to the right thing. When government says, how are they setting their targets? They say, we look at emissions. That's the key target. Those are the numbers that we're talking about. The lovely language says, we must look at unemployment. We must address development. They're not doing that. They're looking at the numbers of emissions, and where they look at equity, they use a calculator, a social equity calculator, that looks at how much carbon is being used per person. Does it look at unemployment or employment? No. Does it look at affordability of utilities? No. Does it look at energy democracy? No. So all the good things that we're talking about, where there's broad agreement on, is not being reflected in any of the documents. And for example, what they should be doing is saying, these are the greenhouse gas emissions, this is the target. We are keeping a less ambitious target, because if we have to push for that now, X number of jobs could be lost. Or a large amount of resources are required to prop up municipalities and healthcare, and that's why their target is being adjusted. But we can't only focus on the number because it's an easy thing to look at. It's hard to build in how we measure unemployment and the impact of unemployment and what it means. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, because if we don't do it, we know we are going to worsen the unemployment problem, we are going to worsen poverty, and we are going to worsen inequality. And government has to put it in. If government doesn't have a good enough methodology, that's fine. There's lots of work being done. They need to reflect and say, given that we're still working out the impact and trying to drive development at the same time, we are going to hold on our commitment on current NDCs. You don't have to keep moving. You can't move if you don't know what the impact on workers is going to be. And if the impact is going to be negative on workers, then you certainly shouldn't be moving until you address that. They talk, and so it's far from me to read. They talk about the need for financing technology transfer. The document is flowery and lovely. In the commitments, they say that they expect adequate international support. We know that we haven't gotten the funds internationally to do what we need to do. Those funds have fallen far short. Some countries have set conditionalities and said, if we don't have the funds that we need, we cannot meet these targets. Why are we not doing that? We're saying above all else, we'll meet the targets Doesn't matter if you don't give us the finance you promised. Doesn't matter if we don't have the technology transfer. We're cutting off our own legs and trying to run. And who will die? We will. It's another example, I won't go through this, but it speaks about eradicating poverty, and it's another example of how this is not built in to the targets. So what do we need to do? The broad principles are very important. We need to continue to contest them. If we don't continue to contest, we open the door for the right wing, we open the door for neoliberals to come in. Our voice is important. But what we also need to do now is to move into what are they putting in the document. I don't want flowery language saying just transition and employment is important when there's nothing in the commitments that protects jobs and creates jobs. I don't want flowery language saying finance is important if there's nothing in the document saying unless we get finance, we are not moving. Unless we get finance for more adaptation, we are not moving. Some countries have done it. We can't be Mother Teresa here. This isn't a holier than thou. This is a fight for our lives. We can also put in social protection measures. Government says, and we all agree, it's important to have social protection. But are those social protection measures in place, and are they working? Well, comrades, unionists, you know very well how many people do you deal with every week who are not able to access their UIF money, who are not able to access compensation fund. So if it's not working for basic things, right, how's it going to work in terms of a just transition and more broadly? How are we going to say we're going to increase social benefits when the basics are not working? Should we not be saying we need to fix that first so that when we're moving on meeting our nationally determined contributions, we know that the tools are in place to protect workers? We can't just chase a number and kill ourselves. There's the example of the Code of Good Practice on a just transition. PCC came to NEDLAC the other day, presented to the Labour Market Chamber. Very good presentation, saying we need a code of good practice. There has been research done. Labour Market Chamber initiated a discussion. We should have a framework for dealing with these transitions. Government and business are like, no, 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 no. If we don't have that, why are we rushing to meet nationally determined contributions? Business will run in, close power stations, set up renewable energy, and laugh at us as they take the profit. We, as we know with Komati, are left with devastated communities and workers who are not, most of them, going to find new jobs, certainly if they stay in that area. So it's dislocation of families. What we also need to do, sorry, and the point isn't there, we need to continue to fight on an international level. And it goes to the point of what do we do? What do other countries do? If other countries and bigger countries are polluting and not decreasing greenhouse gases, no matter what we do, we could go to zero. There will still be climate change, and we will still be affected. So instead of getting into an argument about being holier or not, right, we must say we do what we need to do and what we can do in line with meeting the needs of the working class. And you, USA, China, India, you reduce. You are the biggest polluters, and we need to see movement from you. So the struggle then means we engage in detail on the document. We engage in detail to make sure we know what the impact on workers is and highlight that, because that is not coming through in the numbers. And we advance the struggle at an international level, both building union solidarity, but also empowering our government to take action against the large polluters that need to change. So comrades, those are my thoughts. I look forward to additions, changes, but it's really saying now we're at the point, the devil is in the detail. And we want to make sure that the final document has what we want and reflects our interests in detail. Thank you.
Tanya, so are you saying if we can get framework agreements across sectors, that can help us to achieve ambition? Thank you. Very good presentation. I learned a lot. I just want to check, Comrade Barry, are you online? Comrade Barry?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
All right. I'm going to then ask Barry to, Comrade Barry, I know it's going to be difficult, but can I give you 20 minutes?
I'll do my best, Chair.
It's not convincing, but
Yeah,
as
I'll do my very best.
NEC member of the Communist Party, I'm going to appeal to you, Comrade, please, in 20 minutes' time. Thanks. Over to you, Comrade Barry.
Thanks very much, Chair. Let me just get my screen right. Can comrades see my screen? Chair?
We can see it, thanks. Just put it on presentation view. Sure.
There we go, done. I'm going to start a little bit differently to Steve and Comrade Tanya by saying Amandla. And yeah, thank you very much. It's a pity I'm not in the venue with comrades, but I just wanted to convey my appreciation to Organised Labour as a whole and COSATU for allowing me this opportunity to present. I'm going to try present under 20 minutes, which is a massive challenge because the topic is quite important and broad. And Chair, you'll notice that in the presentation, I changed the heading of the topic just to include the social aspects of the political economy of the just transition. And I think Comrade Tanya was speaking very well to that aspect. So I just wanted to elevate in that presentation, in my presentation. So Chair, like I said, I mean, this is a broad topic and to cover it in 20 minutes is quite a challenge. But so what I've done in preparing the presentation is to focus on three key areas. One of which is, I think, what Steve was speaking to and other comrades in the discussions are these unprecedented geopolitical shifts that are occurring globally and at a rapid race, and the kind of impact that this has, which is also being counterbalanced by a more multipolar alternative blocks that are emerging, whether it's in Latin America, Asia, Africa, etc., in the global south. And then I think the second important focus area is perhaps to revisit some of our core principles, Comrade Chair, Comrade Lebo, that COSATU has developed along with other federations as it relates to JET IP versus the reality which Tanya was speaking to now that we're addressing the NDC, CBAMs, and all these lovely acronyms, is the reality that we face in the context of these shifts. And then thirdly, Chair, just to perhaps bring this all together, is what I refer to as some irreconcilable contradictions or unsynthesizable contradictions as it relates to the political economy of JET. And two issues I'm going to just quickly go through in that regard are how these geopolitical shifts, rapid and broad, are to be contrasted with the current ambitions and the targets of JET. And I mean, this speaks to NDC, it speaks to a number of other issues related to our policy trajectory. And then I think secondly, linked to this is what Comrade Tanya and comrades are raising from the floor is JET contrasted with National Treasury's current fixation on fiscal consolidation or budget cuts. And then the commitments that we have had and still are having from the International Partnership Group in terms of the dollar-denominated loans. And I think lastly, linked to this is what we could all characterize perhaps as an over-reliance on foreign aid to the detriment of our political, social, and economic sovereignty, Chair. So these are the three areas that I wanted to cover, and I'll try to go through as briefly as possible, like I said. And I think just lastly, Chair, in relation to the introduction, it's important to say that because this is a broad topic, I wanted to locate the presentation that I'm giving now and perhaps evoke some discussion and debate, not just now, but going forward, is how to locate the energy transition and the NDCs within these very rapid geopolitical shifts. What does it mean? And then obviously unpacking the energy transition, like Comrade Tanya was mentioning, in the context of a poly crisis domestically, and more broadly, in my opinion, a global poly crisis because of these changes. So very quickly, Chair, I mean, we are all aware that times are changing, that since the fall of the Soviet Union, this kind of a geopolitical shift from a unipolar world order is being unbundled, and I use that not facetiously, but for a specific purpose. And counterbalancing that is this expansion of a more multipolar and regional or interest blocks. And this has taken the form of BRICS, now BRICS Plus, SADC, G20, which we lead at the moment, and another interesting development on our continent, which is the emergence of a line grouping in West Africa known as the Sahel Alliance. Chair, I think Steve also mentioned this, that many Western liberal capitalist democracies are now shifting heavily to the right, taking the form of nationalist or ultra-nationalist, fascist and populist isolationist policies. Case in point, the USA. And with this manifests a really bleak outlook for the future, our so-called global community. It will cause and manifest itself in different ways. Climatic, socio-economic precarity, increasing tension and conflict, and what we are all seeing on a daily basis in the news sites, these trade wars that are a part and parcel of the ascension of the new or the president of the United States of America. So, Chair, these shifts are not just happening at a political level. It's not just politics shifting and realigning. It also is indicative or is shown in both the comparison between global population or the share of global population, which you can see the diagram on the top left, with India being the most populous country in the world, followed by China, vis-a-vis the share of global wealth and how it's distributed amongst continents or spheres of influence. And we've seen over the last 2 or 3 decades the rise of China as an economic power. And then just on the right, Chair, how this geopolitical balance or shifts have impacted the economies of these powers. The gray, I don't know if you can see the slide properly, but on the right, you'll see a bar graph with small little gray Chair, is the shift that's happening globally, which we should all very be aware of. Its impact politically, but then also again, Chair, the share of global GDP remains extremely unequal, unjust, to use that word, and obviously creates a number of despairs in that regard. I think on the last slide of this geopolitical balance of forces or the shifts that we are experiencing, it's also represented in GDP shares in percentage, with now BRICS and BRICS Plus surpassing the G7 states economically. And as I mentioned in the beginning, a counterbalance to perhaps a unipolar unbundling and the fight back to maintain that hegemony by the West and developed nations is the emergence of an alternative, which we are part of, BRICS, and a number of countries recently have joined this regional interest block formation. So it's very interesting times, very dynamic, very difficult to sometimes keep track of because you have to monitor X, which is Twitter. And it's taking place, Comrade Chair, I think I've presented this slide before. It's taking place in the context of massive societal, economic, and political challenges facing the so-called global community. And academics and experts that are watching this with a keen eye are characterizing how these manifestations, whether it's the climate crisis or the crisis of global capitalism, are impacting different regions, and how that impact and the magnitude of that impact is affecting the communities that live in these regions or these countries. And we often refer to our own challenges as a triple crisis or a crisis of social reproduction. Another characterization is that of a polycrisis. And as I mentioned, Chair, in my introduction, I'm of the strong belief, and I think comrades, regardless of which federation you belong to, would also recognize that we are in the midst of a global polycrisis. So that was the first focus point, and I'm briskly going through this, Chair, to adhere to your strict directives. The second point that I think is important for us to focus on, in especially considering the context of the discussion we're having today in the NDCs, whatever the acronym is, excuse me, and in the context of Comrade Tanya's presentation, the role that COSATU and organized labor has played and must continue to play in impacting policy trajectory, in particular, this kind of policy that's going to have a massive influence and impact on workers, working class families, the unemployed, and our communities that are either living in the periphery, rural areas, or in urban sprawls. So, Chair, I thought it would be important just to remind comrades today of the route that we've taken, or the path that we've led. We might all be familiar with this, and this doesn't just speak to COSATU as a federation's perspective. I know that SACTU and the other federations also share many of our perspectives. In actual fact, they're jointly sometimes developed. But to remind, Chair, of our main principle, and I think it's always important to go back to that, and then perhaps contrast it with the reality. And that is, we characterize the just transition, meaning that changes do not disadvantage the working class worldwide, and that developing nations, where the industrialized countries pay for the damage that the development has done. So in short, Chair, our principal position that we had formulated prior to 2011, but published or promoted in 2011, was that we cannot afford and we cannot be in a position to pay for a climatic catastrophe that is impending as a result of the continued actions of industrialized wealthy countries. And any transition that does occur, as Comrade Tanya mentioned, must not negatively impact workers. And how we do that, we set it out, 2011, our policy principles on climate change. Another brilliant development that we worked on and published is 2022, the Blueprint for Workers. And there's been a range of submissions that COSATU and the other federations have made on JET and the various acronyms associated with JET, whether it's financing, planning, et cetera, et cetera. And then, of course, more recently, we were represented by Comrade Butumelo in Azerbaijan. I always struggle to say that, Azerbaijan, in Baku at COP29, where we also put forward some of our key priorities related to energy equity and access, how we characterize and foresee just transition, how we foresee and how we want the climate, the transition to be funded, or the financing thereof, and of course, building global solidarity. So it's a long path that we've traveled, and I think it is important, Chair, at this kind of platform, especially considering the NDCs, for us to remind ourselves of the principal positions that we've taken previously. In 2024 and 2023, there was a range of advocacy actions programs, seminars, and sessions in which we built our perspectives on JET and more broadly climate change, a very good toolkit that was developed by IEJ and other partners, provided a human rights-based approach to the transition, spoke to South African context, continental and global South ideas, a practical guide, which I think was very, very helpful in terms of advocacy and building our perspective. In September 2024, COSATU hosted the Global South Exchange on the Just Transition, a brilliant 4 or 3 day session in which really I believe that a foundation for solidarity and a common understanding with Global South countries was developed. And then something that's not so much, I think, it wasn't highlighted was another acronym, the Academy of Science of South Africa, something to that effect. Their Just Transition Forum in September 2 in Mpumalanga, some of the outcomes, and I encourage comrades from the PCC as well as, I know that you were there, as well as comrades from the federations to engage the outcomes of that. And I've quoted one of the speakers at that forum, Professor Maharaj, who speaks almost identically to what we've been saying as workers, as we've been saying as academics and progressive activists in relation to the just transition. So I just wanted to highlight, Chair, that 2024, whilst we heard a lot of rhetoric and glossy presentations from different quarters from our side, whether we refer to ourselves as a progressive bloc or whatever it might be, managed to make our input and develop a perspective around JET, which I think was a really solid work. Another development that I don't think has been highlighted today or in recent times is a recent public hearing or intention to have public hearings through the ICJ. I know the ICJ has been in the headlines a lot for other nefarious reasons, but in this regard, it's related directly to the obligations of states to make their commitments and adhere to protecting the climate. So what I tried to present here, Chair, is just that the developments, whilst we're getting presentations from governments and PCC and other quarters, there's developments both externally or globally that are occurring, and our own advocacy and perspective building is also moving along well, but I'll address some recommendations in that regard. So, Chair, I think just to hone in, and I'm not going to go through this because this is what Comrade Tanya was also speaking to, and just to, as a note, this is not my work. This is the work of literally a copy and paste. I should have given reference of Duma Kubule in his presentation to the COSATU Labour School entitled Vision 2040, if I'm not mistaken, in which he presents some socio-economic key indicators that I think comrades in understanding the political economy of JET have already made in their discussions, but I think I need to elevate. And I think, comrades, you're all aware of these horrific statistics. I'm not going to go through them. Comrade Duma suggests that it's 30 wasted years of a democratic breakthrough, which I don't necessarily agree with. But the statistics are extremely, extremely harsh, which we are all aware of. I wanted to counterbalance the socio-economic context, these statistics that Duma presents to us with the economic realities that we currently face, comrades. And on the left, you can see, it's not a very good slide, I do apologize. It's a photo from a presentation given by Dr. Alex Mashilo of the SACP. And it paints a very bleak picture of the structure of our economy and how over the last number of decades, there's been a consistent trend of a decline in industrialization or increase in deindustrialization in our economy. And the fourth quarter statistics that we received in 2024 on your right basically correspond directly with what Dr. Mashilo is trying to paint of our political economy in South Africa as it relates to JET. And I'll explain why it relates to it. But in any case, ostensibly, Comrade Chair, we have a financialized economy. mining, construction, all of these other so-called or are productive sectors of the economy are almost evaporating from that graph that you see. And the big green block, I think, is just indicative of the makeup and the structure and the systemic challenges we have with our economy. So having said that, the last point in this regard, and I know it is a lot to take in, comrades, but linking again with Dr. Alex Mashilo's presentation on the left, linking our economic structure of persistent and continued deindustrialization with policy with policy, our policy trajectory, and the unemployment crisis. So these are three things that I wanted to bring or draw attention to, comrades. And finally, Chair, I'm going to try to go through this rapidly, the next couple of slides, is to say that the conditions in which we society faces, are akin to warlike situations and data. A large portion of our population lacks resources to feed nutritious food for their family. We have the lowest head count of SAPs, impacting communities that are afflicted with gangsterism and crime. 80% of grade 3 learners cannot read for meaning. 54,000 people die of tuberculosis annually. Some countries that have recently come out of war have bounced back. Their statistics don't read like the dark picture I've presented in front of you. So this is the socio-economic context in which we have to not only take into consideration the global shifts, but how these global shifts and our own internal weaknesses have had an impact on society, South African society, and in particular, workers, the poor and unemployed of South Africa. The last point I wanted to make on this, Chair, and I hope I'm doing okay for time, is what I've termed irreconcilable contradictions in the political economy of JET, the crux of what I wanted to speak to. And I wanted to instead elaborate on this, rather ask comrades that are there, because you've got capacitated cadres of different federations deployed to the session today. So to perhaps evoke or provoke discussion around these questions that Tanya was also raising around the NDCs. The first is, how do we reconcile the contradictions in the political economy of JET in the context of drill, baby, drill Trump presidency? And I'm not saying that lightheartedly, I'm asking in all honesty, in which 70 executive orders were signed as of 20th of February. So since his ascendancy to power of America, the empire, 70 executive orders have been signed. And you know, comrades, that the detrimental impact that this maniac is making in terms of policy trajectory of the global structure of order. In any case, obviously, comrades, like I mentioned, not obviously, but in our understanding and assessment, this kind of presidency and the rise of the right in Western developed capitalist countries manifests itself into many ways, like I mentioned, tension, conflict, instability, policy uncertainty, and trade wars. And what kind of impact these trade wars and these executive orders are going to have, for example, on existing agreements, like on CBAMs, another lovely acronym. Another question I wanted to ask is, again, how do you reconcile the contradictions in the political economy of JET in the context of JET aims, domestically, global agreements, the objectives, ambitions, and targets, and contrasting that with the contemporary reality? And I've placed the ESCOM reports on the socio-economic impact study on Kumati there for a purpose, and the picture alongside it there for a specific intention. And I think comrades from NUM and other comrades from different affiliates will read into that with clarity of what I'm trying to prevail, what's trying to prevail. The other issue, again, Chair, is in all this context, the drill, baby drill, the trade wars, the reality of JET aims versus contemporary reality, is then how do you reconcile these contradictions with trying to determine our nationally determined contributions? Very quickly, I think this is the third last slide, is 2 more questions, so it's 4 in total. And this is more related to our subjective incapacity to comprehend our socio-economic conditions vis-a-vis what's expected of JET and what's expected of the agreements and commitments that we make, is how to reconcile the contradictions of the political economy of JET in the context of National Treasury's fetish and ideological fetish with illogical fiscal consolidation. In other words, austerity and budget cuts. We know, Chair, that there's consensus with the so-called GNU, the Government of National Unity, on reducing the deficit. There's even speak about ensuring that a 2% surplus is legislated for. So this is the commitments from National Treasury, which in many instances acts quite unilaterally and autonomously. And the trajectory going forward is quite bleak. I'm not going to read through the bottom left, but this is an excerpt or an extract from the Public Economy Project. And one of the excerpts speaks about what's expected for the next 10 years under neoliberal GNU government, a decrease in the state, no public spending or very little, etc., etc. So a very bleak picture. And I think what's important, which Comrade Basani and IEJ comrades often remind us, is that austerity often negates or neglects, leads to a neglect of constitutional obligations by the state. Very important constitutional obligations is impacting the workers and the poor. The last question, Chair, and then I promise you I'll rapidly wrap up, is how to reconcile contradictions of the political economy of JET in the context of the resources required for the energy transition, in contrast or versus National Treasury's GNU fiscal consolidation. So I'm asking these questions. I think it's important because at the end of the day, we're chasing or trying to reduce the deficit to attain this 2% surplus. And I know comrades or Steve was saying that perhaps we can't delve into the finances now, but this is an important aspect. Other comrades are saying, where's Treasury in these sessions? So I just wanted to understand, and comrades must ask the question also themselves, how is it possible, how is it logical for us to chase or decrease the deficit, chase a surplus of 2%, whilst we're taking dollar-denominated loan commitments from the IPG? And how will that impact the very important constitutional obligations? There's a recent court case in January that spoke to this IEJ court case. And the social contract that we try to build through NEDLAC, is it not undermining that? And then obviously, Chair, the last point in that regard is just to emphasize perhaps that there is an over-reliance on foreign aid, and when there's a shift of geopolitical forces like what we're seeing today, this aid can compromise not only the obligations we have to our people, but in financing the states. So concluding remarks, Chair, I've got more questions. I won't go through all of them in detail, but it's just important to re-emphasize and perhaps evoke and provoke discussion today. So is JET possible? And I'm emphasizing the just in that, possible considering these geopolitical shifts. Is it possible under conditions of fiscal austerity? Are the NDCs realistic in the context of previous commitments and in considering the maniac that's in the White House now? And how do we balance the imposition, and I'm calling it an imposition because that's how we've characterized it, of CBAMs with ensuring our own economic industrial development is not compromised? And then obviously, comrades, just to highlight the last point, how does Labour elevate our outstanding concerns in relation to, one, our principled positions, those 3 principles, the neglect of social ownership versus now the abundant prioritization of PPPs, our continued commitments to JET financing in the form of dollar-denominated loans with very little going to grants. Last time at the Global South Exchange, we're informed that a large portion of the grants have been already spent on consultancy. And then obviously also the reality, the ambitions of JET and the targets versus the reality, what's happened in Komati, and the very real climatic changes that we're seeing illustrated in the pictures to your right. The last point is the recommendations, Chair. And I think this finds expression in some of the statements of government and obviously in the statements of PCC and other progressive bodies like IAJ and different federations, is that any transition that does occur must be in pace and in line with our domestic conditions. It must take that into consideration. And it must not undermine our own sovereign economic development and self-determination. That there must be full transparency on funding commitments and continuous updates. That there must be strengthened and continued stakeholder engagement with academics, experts, communities, workers, activists, and this must be based on good faith, honesty, frankness, and seriously consider those warlike socioeconomic conditions. And obviously, Chair, I think it would be important for the PCC who's present today and hosted us to consider going to the communities and not being based in Sandton. We are under austerity. And then the last point, Chair, is an energy transition that's based on a human rights approach, borrowing from the brilliant work in the toolkit and what we've been espousing over a number of years. So, Chair, I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. I know I spoke over time. And just to say, comrades that I shared this presentation with, were trying to say I'm bringing the how colors into the presentation. That's not true. But thank you very much for the opportunity once again, Comrade Chair, and I look forward to the engagements. And I'm sorry I didn't greet the leadership of the federations that are present, the NOBs that are present, the PCC comrades, colleagues, and leaders. So yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Amandla.
Me too. Thanks, Comrade Barry. Nice hearing from you again. And what you presented is exactly what I expected. I was pushing you in terms of time, but thank you for giving that very insightful presentation. Comrades, I've kept you seated for quite some time. I suggest we take a break. We will come back at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much. There's someone that can help. Can we get some assistance getting the people outside to come back so that we can start? I want to get everyone out of here on time. And just checking, are there post-its on the tables? Bridget? All right, thank you, thank you. All right, if we could start coming back into the room and getting to our seats. Okay, if everyone can please get to their seats so that we can start with the next session of the day. Time is limited, so I'm under pressure to push. If someone could also close the door for me, please. Thanks, Masa. Okay, comrades, welcome back. We are in the next session of our discussion. So in an effort to get more inputs from people who are here in the room, we have post-its on each table. So what I am going to request is this. Let me just get to this quickly. I'm going to request that comrades please make inputs on your post-its and attach them to the flip charts that are located. There's, I think, where's number one? Number one is over there, number two is over there, number three is over there. So in terms of the post-its, what we are asking you to reflect on is firstly, what are you worried about concerning the NDCs? What are you worried? So I've picked up the issue of jobs is a serious concern for us. Our industrial base is a serious concern for us. Energy security is a serious concern for us. So I'm just giving you some examples. You may be thinking of other things. The lack of curriculum development to talk about these issues is a serious concern. So the first post-it that you will be responding to, and even during this session, you are more than welcome, if you can do it as quietly as possible, to stand up from your table and go and paste it on the respective flip chart. So the first one relates to what are you worried about concerning the NDCs? The second flip chart that is right at the back over there is what criteria should we be following when setting the NDCs? A lot of things have come up. What criteria should we be setting when following? What criteria should we be following when setting the NDCs? So I'll also request that you also fill out those responses. And then the third one, which is right over there on my right, probably your left, what specific actions and targets should we be including in the NDCs? And these can refer to adaptation, mitigation, as well as means of implementation. For those who are online, there is a mirror board that has been, the link to the mirror board has been posted in the chat. So you'll also be able to make your reflections. Just make use of that mirror board. It's asking you the same questions that I've asked the participants in the room here today. So please make those inputs. We have been saying to people, you at least have to respond to, you can't leave here. We will hold you. You can't leave here without responding to one of these questions that we will have asked you here today. So with that said, I am going to hand over to Dr. B. Dr. B, where were you? You were right here with me. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Pasani, who's going to come up and just talk about the just transition in an NDC. And she says she's going to be making proposals, which I'm really keen to listen to. And like I did to Barry, I'm going to request the 20 minutes top so that we can get into an engagement session with the rest of the comrades here today. Thanks, Pasani.
Good afternoon, everyone, and to the NOBs, the leadership of both federations, 3 federations. We are inclusive here. Thank you for inviting me to speak about this. Imagine that I'm Joan Stott, who is not with us. Joan is a colleague of mine who is leading this work, and I've had to step in for her because she had other commitments. So this is work that draws from a project that we've been doing called Alternative JETP Financing Mechanisms for Workers Project. So much of what I'm going to be discussing with you all will be drawing from that. So these are just the acknowledgements. It's part of a working paper series that we actually just completed last week, Friday. And the point then is to use these documents to produce a framework document that we are collaborating with labor organizations in generating. So some of the takeaway points have actually been raised in previous presentations, is that in terms of the current NDC's document's position on climate finance, it pins its hopes on mobilizing climate finance through international cooperation. That's a key part of the kind of like NDC trajectory, and the accessing of concessional financing being a very key mode, as well as some domestic resources. What is not working about the current climate financing regime is that, you know, the way in which the global financial architecture is structured, it's not working well to mobilize financing at the scale that we want, right? And also in the direction that we want. And that's key to meeting a lot of the just transition demands that developing countries have. And then there's also a geopolitical situation that I think Comrade Barry mentioned, the Trump effect. I read that one of the executive orders that Trump put in place was on the JETP itself, specifically the role of its role in Indonesia's JETP, right? There's this wanting to pull away from Indonesia, yeah. And so what does that mean in terms of the mobilization of climate finance is a crucial thing that we need to think about. And of course, the global financial architecture and international cooperation on climate finance is not really within our sphere of influence. And so that is something that we need to think about, right? But what is, to a degree, is South Africa's macroeconomic framework. That, to a degree, is within our sphere of influence, right? But the current macroeconomic framework is not mobilizing the climate finance to the scale that we want. It's not supporting that to the scale that we want, nor is it doing it in the direction that workers may want, right? And within this nexus, consequently, our development financial institutions, such as the DBSA and the IDC, are not playing their roles sufficiently enough within this discussion. So what is possible, right? We need a progressive macroeconomic framework that supports resource mobilization and the allocation of resources towards the things that we want, right? And in our working paper series, we talk about a couple of instruments that can help with that. The first is leveraging fiscal policy. The other is leveraging monetary policy so that we can build up the scale and the quality of financing that we need that is injected into development financing institutions, such as the IDC, so that we can get the money where it needs to go in support of the just transition. So there is potential to a potential role for public banks globally, right? If you look at the numbers, there are 1,430 public financial institutions, right, that have collectively $90 trillion of assets, which amounts to about 55% of the GDPs of major countries. And of course, if there was collaboration, right, then of these banks, then they could collectively support socially just and sustainable projects, right? So the ambition is around having more financing, but it's also about having, ensuring that there is collaboration, right, amongst these banks. But this is not, as painted by Barry, Comrade Barry, the likelihood of this happening is highly constrained given the various contestations that are at play. So another aspect of this is that we are not obviously reaching our climate financing targets. The green colored thing over there, graph, part of the graph, that is how much money that is being mobilized currently as it stands. And then the kind of like light orange shade represents what the actual climate financing needs are, right? And so what is clear is that we are not actually meeting the demands and the targets that are required. And similarly, multilateral development banks lending is declining in scale and quality. So this graph over here, you might think that, well, there seems to be an increase in MDB lending, but actually what you should be looking at is the percentage change over time, which is the red line, right? And it shows that there has been a steady decline, right, in lending. But what is also most concerning is the fact that is the drop in concessional financing, with the majority of financing that is coming from multilateral development banks being non-concessional financing. And of course, grant financing is really negligible. So in terms of the current South African macroeconomic framework, right, we need to think about it in terms of three types of conservatisms that it has. The first has been discussed at length, which is this idea of its fiscal conservatism. And this is the push for fiscal consolidation. And so we don't use our taxation system in the way that could actually be expansive, right? Another is monetary policy conservatism. And this is a conservatism where the objective of monetary policy is built around ensuring financial stability and price stability, right? In a way that monetary policy is not then used, in a way that undermines the ability for monetary policy to be used as a mechanism to mobilize resources, financial resources. And then another is an industrial policy conservatism. And what we mean within our context, because we do have industrial policy, is the fact that the financial resources that are required to meet the developmental objectives are misaligned to the needs of those objectives. So there's a misalignment between macro policy, right, and the developmental needs. That's how we see it. Although the SARM is not out, I don't know why. So when we think then about the climate financing landscape, what we see is that much of it comes from, a lot of our climate financing comes from the private sector to the tune of 113 billion. Sorry, I can't even see my own. And then the public sector to the tune of 18 billion. A lot of that money that comes from commercial banks and other kinds of private financing institution goes towards mitigation and clean energy, right? And that is where, and this is the issue around direction, that a lot of our, I mean, we want clean energy, of course, but there are other issues that concern us, such as adaptation, building resilience, ensuring that we have green industrialization and the work. And that's a lot of the projects, therefore, need to be, those are projects that are not necessarily bankable, right? And so the argument here then is that the kind of macroeconomic framework that we currently have sets these contradictions where we are not fully mobilizing financing towards other key sectors within our economy that can help in the transition. So the idea for us is that what we need is a macroeconomic framework that is aligned, right? And such that other instruments or actors such as public banks are geared towards injecting the kind of financing, mobilizing the kind of financing that is needed. So this is the idea of a pro-public bank and this idea comes from a colleague called Thomas Moraes. And a pro-public bank is built around 4 pillars. The first being the mandate of, what is the mandate of that bank, right? The mandate needs to be, is around ensuring that we have a green and just mandate, right? That's very key. Now, to realize that mandate, we need to ask ourselves, what are the sources of capital that are coming in, right? are these sources of capital mostly private, or are they public sources of capital? Because the sources of capital tell us, right, about the extent to which that pro-public bank can actually make the kinds of what economists call patient capital, mobilizing patient capital that is needed in the transition, right? So sources of capital is very important because the sources of capital influence how this bank lends. So if the bank is getting money from capital markets and therefore competing with commercial banks in getting that capital, the tendency is that it will have those capital markets have interest rates that are quite high, right? And that will impact the way then it lends to its clients, right? And so there's a big issue around where is the IDC getting its money from? Where is the DBSA getting its money from? Let's think about that, because where it gets its money from has an impact in the way it lends. Okay, that's key. So that's the third pillar. And then another thing is around what are the models of governance? How are these DFIs governed, right? To what extent are we seeing private sector led boards, or is it a mixed board where there is worker representation, for instance, and civil society representation? How are these boards that make a lot of these decisions constituted? Because that as well shapes whether the kinds of outcomes and the investment decision-making processes that are taking place within that bank. So, what does COSATU want? And this is from the top 5 demands from the Just Transition Blueprint. And in a way, that gives the mandate, right? So the top 5 demands are around employment creating and sustainable green industrial policy. That's one. The other is around universal basic income grant and comprehensive social protection. That's another. And the other is reskilling and upskilling, land redistribution, and then an end to austerity for climate justice macroeconomic framework, right? The ones that I highlighted in yellow seem to be working in concert with the mandate of the IDC. The mandate of the IDC encompasses the diversification and job-rich industrialization, right? So there is that emphasis and ensuring that there's labor absorption and enhancing activities, right? That there is technological transfer, adoption, which would require upskilling and reskilling. And so there is some kind of alignment with this idea of green industrialization. Okay. But then what does the IDC do? So in the bar chart, right, what you see is IDC's lending over time up until 2017. The yellow bar chart shows that a lot of where the IDC was lending was in the electricity, gas, and water supply, right? But a lot of what that is driven by is the REAP program, okay? That's really the REAP program. But when we think about downstream manufacturing, right, where labor absorption arguably could come from and arise from, IDC's lending has not been as effective there. A lot of what, in terms of manufacturing, it's in the upstream, very capital intensive manufacturing sectors where a lot of financing has gone. So even if you look at this bar chart over there where we are seeing manufacturing lending at 26%, if we were to break that down at the sectoral level, right, what that would, the tendency would be financing more upstream manufacturing and not necessarily in the downstream manufacturing where there is greater economic diversity, or as a way of ensuring that there's more economic diversification. And so this for us is a troubling picture around whether or not IDC is actually geared towards ensuring that there is green industrialization that would be taking place. So why is that? So when we look at the sources of capital for the IDC, first of all, what we need to know is that the IDC is a Schedule II entity, which means that it is self-financed, right? So it doesn't get any kinds of capital injections from the state. It hasn't been recapitalized since the 1950s, okay? So sources of financing, where does it get its financing from? The IDC mostly borrows from capital markets, okay? So it competes with commercial banks at the interest rates that the commercial banks get. Interest rates that commercial banks get tends to be higher, right? So that is of concern to us. But what is interesting, what has happened quite recently, you will see that in 2020, the borrowings, which is the blue bar chart, I wish I could point, the blue bar was what dominated borrowing, right? At around 43%. But that has declined. And what has taken over is the orange bar called loan advances. Now, what are loan advances? Loan advances are short-term lines of credit to finance daily operational expenses. Okay, so that is what is now dominating its financing. Imagine you getting, you're borrowing, you are a development planner who needs to think at a 40-year trajectory, but you're borrowing, you're getting a lot of your money. Who's giving you the money is a person who says, I need you to pay in 12 to 3 months. How does that impact the way in which you are lending? It's a critical thing. What happened to the IDC for the IDC to get to this state is that, you know, we know over the past few years, at least since COVID-19, there have been constraints, right? Where the IDC, there have been a series of capital market shocks. There's the Ukraine, increasing interest rates globally because of inflation. All of these things, these shocks have been impacted by, have been felt by the IDC to the point where it had a downgrading. So now it is unable to go to capital markets to borrow. And so now it's having to resort to the short-term lines of credit in order to finance long-term projects. Okay. So that's interesting for us. Now, how has this affected its ways of lending? So the IDCs, when we looked at like the financing schemes of the IDC, what we realized is that it charges interest rates that are not that are at the same level as commercial banks. Okay, why? Because the sources of financing it's getting are the same as that which commercial banks are getting. Therefore, it needs to cover, because it's self-financing, it has to cover those costs. So it's charging interest rates when people are lending at a similar level, right? And so borrowing more from capital markets to cover its operations and is therefore exposed to high non-concessional interest rates, right? And any borrowing it uses to fund investments must be paid back at rates that cover the cost of borrowing. So so basically it has to cover the costs of its borrowing, and therefore what it charges its clients will be similar to what is charged by commercial banks. And usually with other developmental banks, what they do, such as KfW and BNDS, is that they give what are called grace periods, where let's say for 5 years you don't have to pay because you need to get that working capital in order to, you need to be operational, right? So they'll give you some time to not pay back the money. However, the IDC cannot give these types of that length of time of grace periods. When we spoke to someone, they said that they have what they call interest rate moratorium that are granted for the first 12 months, but this is not a common thing, right? And it's very much on a case-by-case basis where they would grant that. But ordinarily speaking, there really isn't this idea of moratoriums. And then another thing is that when you look at the debt to equity ratio, that has been in decline, right? From 77.2% to 46%, right? Which means that, and of course that makes sense because it's operating within a far more restricted space. And then when we look at, and this is another part of its ways of lending, because it's highly restricted, right? It's self-financing, it's just gotten a downgrading. The sources, the quality of capital that it's getting is highly constrained, therefore affecting its ways of lending. The IDC has developed this kind of risk mitigation matrix where there are certain particular kinds of measures, right, that make it, that basically restrict the extent to which it can put more money into the system, right? So for instance, the debt to equity ratio has been set at 60%. It cannot go above that target. But when you look at the real numbers, you can see that it's at 46%, meaning it's actually operating within a very austerity framework, right? And so all of these are various metrics that the IDC uses in terms of targets that basically restrict the extent to which it can lend, right? So for instance, it will not accept a probability of default of 21%, for instance, you know. So that's basically what that shows. When we look at the fourth pillar, which is in terms of governance, the IDC has 10 board members, but it's actually a private sector bias, right? Because 6 board members are from the private sector, and there's 1 representative of the SMMEs. And then the IDC's largest clients and the largest firms are from mining, energy, power, asset management, so finance, private equity, and then, as I mentioned, the small business development. No one from manufacturing, right? There are 3 board members that represent government. 1 is from the DTIC. The other is a former CEO of NEF, and the other is the CEO of the IDC. And there's only 1 trade union representative that comes from clothing and textile sector. So this is where, I mean, this is quite a crucial thing in terms of how we are thinking about in particular investment decisions. So I want to recall the IDC's mandate. We mentioned that the whole idea is around green industrialization. And in terms of thinking about how we can create a pro-public bank, it is necessary that the macroeconomic framework would have to change, right? In the sense that that is key to ensure that we are mobilizing the sources of financing that can enable DFIs such as the IDC to inject money at the scale that is required and in the direction that we want. That would mean expand the role of fiscal policy, expand the role of monetary policy, and then align with climate, industrial, and social policy. That would mean a recapitalizing of the DFIs. So we have looked at the numbers in terms of what the amount of money that could be raised if we had a more progressive if we took fiscal policy measures that were required. We get to a total of 100 billion rand a year that could be raised from these measures. We then also look at, sorry, I'm going very quickly because I've been told I have 2 minutes. We also look at monetary policy instruments, right? So back in the bad old days of apartheid, banks were told how much money they need to invest in certain strategic areas. And we would say that a similar thing would need to happen. We need to direct bank lending through monetary policy. And basically there are various scenarios. So if we said 10% of gross bank lending is allocated towards just transition elements, what will that give us in terms of the amount that can be allocated at over given periods, right? So basically, this is anywhere between 52.41 billion rand to 3.14 billion rand, depending on the various scenarios that could be mobilized. Another thing that I think COSATU and other federation movements have spoken about is around mobilizing financing through pensions. Of course, this is a hot topic, but South Africa's pensions currently sit at 4 trillion, which is about 50% of GDP. So the idea here is reintroducing prescribed assets that were in operation between 1956 and 1989 and were responsible for the likes of Eskom, ISCO, SASL. And but we know that there has been a pension reform that has led to 45% of the portfolio is allowed to be invested offshore, right? And this is quite problematic in terms of ensuring that we have domestic resources that are reinvested, right? So what this chart shows are various scenarios of the amount of prescribed assets that could be, or the amount of money that could be secured through the prescribed assets, given different types of scenarios. Yeah, from 1.4 trillion to 4.4 billion, depending on the various scenarios that you would want. And then in terms of, so as I say, this is quite key because if we have good quality sources of financing, then we are able to lend in a way that is supportive of the just transition, basically, right? And so in terms of the ways of lending, we need to use those sources of capital to then recapitalize the IDC, right? In a way that ensures that we can provide loans for longer periods of time at concessional rates, because that's not currently what's happening, with grace periods of more than 5 years, provide for grant funding, right? And reduce the IDC's profit motive, because it is having to operate like a commercial bank, because it's self-financed and it's getting money from capital markets. It necessarily invests in projects. It means it restricts the projects that it can invest in, right? Because it has to invest in projects that are bankable, right? And so it in itself has a profit motive. So in a sense, you can think about it as financialized, right? But it's because of where it's getting its money from, right? And then that if we had those quality sources of financing, we would then be able to adjust the risk ratios and the thresholds of the IDC so that we can actually so it can actually act as a developmental agent that has a longer term horizon in terms of how it invests. Currently, you can't get money or financing which you have to pay back in a year's time, whilst you have a 40-year horizon in terms of an investment trajectory. That doesn't match. The numbers don't work. So this is currently where it finds itself in. And then in terms of governance, colleagues, this is a space for you to agitate, right, in terms of diversity. We need to see more representation in this board, but obviously done in a way that is sensible, right? Because what we don't want are boards that are problematic, because we know they've been the site of particular governance problems in the past that the IDC has steered away from. But this is a space where we could call for greater representation, such that there is, in terms of procedural justice, because this is where the money is, right, to give the correct steer. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Basani. Thanks for that presentation. I'm not seeing post-its on the flip chart, so I'm concerned. Please, comrades, this is important for us. You must say something. You can't come all the way here and not say something. So please, the flip charts are how we know that you have an input to make. So please do write on your flip charts, and then quietly, while we are busy with the engagement, you could go to the back of the room to paste on the flip charts. All right, I'm going to prioritize the online questions. We have neglected them a bit. The inputs from online, if I could please get some assistance in terms of who's online that wants to maybe say something. Questions online.
Lebo? Maybe we can ask the people online to speak on the comments that they made. I'm just going to read out the name. The first person is Deborah Lisebe, if he would like to come in.
Deborah Leseme online, if you'd like to make your comment.
We also have Rudy Mutlamonyane, who made a comment. Maybe he can also come in.
Rudy Mutlamonyane, if you could also make your comment. If you're struggling to talk, we can unmute you. Okay, in the absence of those, while they are, can we read out the question, Bridget? You need a chance. I can just go to Comrade Mbodi and then we'll come back to you. Comrade Mbodi, some reflections from your side, and then if there are other reflections in the room, you are more than welcome to raise your hand and make an input.
Thank you very much for the good presentations that we listened to. But I think the most important things that I'm going to uplift really very, very serious to note. If at all our transition as directed by the NDC, our ambitions, doesn't move the needle with regards to poverty, unemployment, and inequality, then I'm sure it will not be effective. Noting that we've got 55% people living in abject poverty, we need to have decisions or direction that talks to that. If we don't have that, we are having a failed transition. The other thing is with regards to our domestic economic policies, they should be such that we do not struggle with talking about jobs and pathways and whatnot. And even the decisions that we might take in dealing with your investment plan should be clearly showing a huge amount of money connected to reskilling and upskilling, in fact, skilling in general. But if you've got something close to 4%, how does the seriousness reflect on that 4%? And the last one that I think is very, very important is I think we also need to figure a way out with regards to leveraging on critical minerals. And I'm saying this because now you have an issue of other people who have got money and we've got the abundance of critical minerals. How do we leverage? Is there anything that we can find there? Because other than just closing coal, for instance, what are the other things that we are gaining out of this? And I think it's very, very important. And also we need not rely on loans. In fact, we should insist on the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement didn't envisage the thing of over-reliance to loans. It was really addressing an issue of those that have over-industrialized and cost us climate disasters to give us money so that we may sort this issue out. And what is worse is drill, baby, drill, talks to a reverse gear, attitude towards assisting, dealing with climate challenges. Them withdrawing, which is my last point, them withdrawing, we need to mitigate that also. How do we fill the gap where they've withdrawn their support, their money? And how do we run in the speed, neck-breaking speed, when we know that their emissions are not going to slow down? How do we justify the speed versus their speed of reversal from the Paris Agreement? I think I will stop there.
Thank you very much, Comrade Mbodi. Is there someone online? Comrades, I'm going to come back to the room. Can I just get someone online and then we will continue with the question or the input session?
So we have a hand from Unamonde Khatebe online, but before she comes in, she can get ready and prepare herself. The comment from Tebogo Lesabe, he says his speaker is problematic, but the comment he made is just last week in Cape Town, there was a Finance and Commons Summit that was hosted by DBSA and delegates from all DPBs around the world. Private sector, government, philanthropists, and civil society were all engaging and presenting on climate financing. It's apparent there was no labor representation and labor advocacy in the summit. Meanwhile, these are key players in JET, and this is very concerning. And Nomonde, can you come in and pose your question or comment?
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm Nomonde Khatebe, and I'm from Smons Sustainability Solutions. We offer professional services to our clients on climate risk assessments and financing. Our company is a year old. My question is posed to the latter speaker regarding the measures. I just want to find out what measures do they have in terms of allocating funds to SMMEs that are contributing towards providing employment in the climate finance and risk assessment fraternity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to the room, please. Can I get an indication of the hands raised, please? I saw there was a lot of activity on this day. Can I start with you, Comrade in the red, and then we'll go to Comrade Ashley?
Yeah, thank you very much for your interventions, comrades. And thanks, Comrade Basani, for that articulation of the problems in particular with financing. Firstly, I would like to suggest that there's a very easy way of resolving that particular problem you have referred to of the industry of the IDC, in that the South African Reserve Bank, for instance, can expand its collateral framework and therefore use the IDC's loans as collateral on the interbank market. In other words, when banks perform repos, they can use that particular instrument as a collateral. I mean, the Bank of England has begun to do that, to use its collateral framework to direct lending and so on and so forth. So that can be done. The issue is, why is it not being done? They are aware of this. In fact, in some of their position papers, you can see they debate this question. But the issue is that conservatism to which you have referred, of both fiscal and monetary conservatism, that insists that they must hold the line without being shifting from that. But secondly, I was quite happy with the interventions of Comrade Tanya and Comrade Berry, in that they grounded the discussion on the class struggle. Because capital is clear. Either it will lead the transition or there will be no transition at all. It's absolutely clear. Like the Wall Street consensus is explicitly clear on this question. That it has to lead this thing, and therefore monetary and fiscal instruments of the state must be geared to making sure that the private sector advances this question. It's not for lack of ideas. It's not because they don't know the alternative. It's a purely political question, a class question, and a commitment indeed to private capital in advancing what is considered to be the. So the issue is that for us as the South African Federation of Trade Unions, these discussions and the alternatives that are put on the table, they are valuable only insofar as they will be able to help us to mobilize the working class to defend its interest. In other words, if we think that by coming up with brilliant ideas, we are going to persuade capital, we are mistaken. Capital is clear on what it wants, explicitly, and it is aware of the alternative ideas we are putting forward. It is opposed to them because they are not in its own interest. So these discussions, in other words, are important, at least as far as we are concerned, insofar as they enable us to explain to the broader majority of the working class to be able to mobilize it and to defend its interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming from SAFTU, you didn't introduce yourself. You didn't introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Newton Masuku from the South African Federation of Trade Unions.
Thank you very much. Comrade Ashley?
Thank you, Comrade Rebo. Ashley Benjamin from FEDUSA. Thank you for the presentations. And I think we broadly align ourselves with many of the sentiments and recommendations that was expressed. I think I just wanted to touch on the last speaker's presentation. I think it was slide number 4, pillar 1 mandate. That was what does the IDC do? Yeah, and the IDCs. So on that pie graph, it appears on the blue side, it's for mining, if I'm correct, mining and metals. So the question is, if the majority of the lending is allocated to mining, does that, or what percentage of that include your renewables? That's the question. And then obviously the issue of mobilizing finance through workers' pensions it's a contested issue. And we don't have to debate that much here. It's in line with the broader corruption and mistrust in government that I think will exacerbate any discussion of that, where the workers will agree or should agree to invest their pensions in initiatives like that. Although it's been happening, as you rightfully said, the speaker, it's been happening for many, many years. Even as we speak, workers' pension funds are invested in renewables. So maybe we should say, how do we then align that, the investment? So it appears that we are obsessed with the renewables. We put all our money in as pension funds in the renewables. How does it link to the just transition? And how to ensure that our money is not used to create more job losses, to create an unfair just transition. And I think that is the debate that we need to have as organized labor about not only about investing, but how do we ensure that the current investment projects does not lead to an unequal society, unfair to communities. And here we talk, the example of Komati is a classical example that we must learn the lessons from there. That's very important. The last point is, yeah, it's evident that we are facing serious challenges with financing, and the Trump administration, the recent Trump administration, Trump's election is certainly a setback for progressive governments and those who support the just transition and the climate change targets. But South Africa, I think we should focus on the low-hanging fruits. And I think as producer, we support the call. I think Comrade Tanya said we must drag government and business into NEDLEC. And our first priority should be a code of good practice for the just transition, protecting workers and also communities. I think that should be the low-hanging fruit that we should focus on, and that requires a more mature discussion with leadership and with the four federations. But I think that should be our priorities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Ashley. I'm just checking in the room. Are there any more inputs that we'd like to make? I'm not happy with those flip charts. Comrades, I'm going to drag this conversation until those flip charts are full. So do yourself a favor. Get up, start writing. Even if you say, I agree, right? I agree, and then put over there, please. If I'm not happy with this content, I'm not letting us go. Comrade Tobejak.
Good morning, colleagues. Thanks very much for all presentations that have been made. I think I agree with Comrade Ashley mainly when it comes to workers' pension fund. I think that it needs further debate about it because of things are happening out there and workers are not aware. Coming back to what Comrade Tanya presented earlier on, he posed a question to us that no, do we know what is a just transition? And the answer is that it might be this forum that is sitting here that is aware of that understand what is transition or what is climate change. Because I believe that the government still have a lot of work to do so that we can make all South Africans aware of the current challenges that we are facing globally. Because of, if you go to a village, one of my villages where I come from, and you ask one person who's just walking around the street and ask him what is this just transition, they'll tell you, no, I don't know what is that. So it is clear that, Comrade Chair, that we need to do something. And I think I agree with the speaker that said, no, I think we need to go to the communities so that at least we make communities aware of these things that are happening within a global so. And then the other thing that I just want to share with the comrades and raise a comment about it is about inequality, Comrade Tanya. I mean, we've been talking about inequality in our country for the past 30 years or more, and there are no changes. And the question is that, what are we doing? What is our government doing? Because of, we always talk about inequality. They always talk about inequality every day in the boardroom, in the discussions where they are meeting. We always talk about transformation. We've been talking about transformation for the past 30 years. Nothing is happening. We don't see any changes. And I believe that, no, this is the right time that I think workers should come together in one roof so that we start engaging each other, because of really, currently the current arrangement as four federations, I don't see this current arrangement working for us. The only time that can start working for us is when we bring all workers together and start engaging and agree about the process going forward, so that we can able to engage government and also not leaving civil society organizations, because civil society organizations are playing a very critical role in our societies. So those comrades are also very important to our life. I think going forward, we will have to at least start engaging with them, inviting them in a session of this nature so that at least we don't leave them behind. Those are my comments, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Comrade DGS. Comrade Zico?
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Comrade Chairperson. Zico Tamela from Satau, COSATU affiliate. My first comment is just that the inputs from Comrades Tanya, Berry, and Dr. Pasani are inputs that should be made also to forums of labor and community or civil society, as the comrade was saying. They seem okay, they are very enriching. All I can then say is that this issue of climate change, as earlier Comrade Mabu was saying, the youth should be covered, that is the schools, obviously universities should change. I would say it should form part of basically our basic shop stewards training. Shop stewards training should no longer just be shop stewards duties, representation at workplace, LRA. It should also incorporate climate change. Secondly, we should integrate climate change and just transition into our collective bargaining work. Of course, as COSATU, we have begun training ourselves on that, even to producing a manual. The labor community issue has been covered by my comrade here. The next point I must then raise is the issue of accountability. We have representatives in many institutions, boards were mentioned, this and that, including PCC. How accountable are our representatives to us as labor in those structures? I think we need to tighten that. Lastly, as we say, this is an issue of the struggle for transformation, for socio-economic transformation, that is a just transition, part of the struggle for socialism. We can't just talk. We must also take action. You will only find environmental groups taking action on climate change or environmental issues. And sometimes they would raise their own interest that sometimes conflict with those of ours. Of course, it's their right, democratic right to do so. But we have been more talk shop as labor, more boardroom activists when it comes to just transition. Yesterday, for instance, we had a site tour. We learned a lot visiting some companies that deal with green hydrogen. In addition to that, if we could also be taking action, whether we protest at IDC for problematic funding or at Treasury, so that our workshops and forums like these are not just philosophical forums. There must be some kind of action, even pickets, before maybe great mass action takes place. Thank you very much, Comrade Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Zico. So Louise wants the picket at the IDC. She will be leading it. Comrade to me.
Sure, thank you very much. My name is Witumela Molete from the Congress of South African Trade Unions. I'm also a commissioner in the PCC representing labor. I think Lebo, a more elaborative submission will be sent from ourselves, but One of the things that came up in the youth session that we had on Saturday, and another that's also emanating from, I mean, hearing all of these discussions, is how is this process going to actually influence the DFFE process? You know, we have these great grand plans and ambition on ensuring that the NDC is ambitious, but how is it that our wording is going to influence what is going to be submitted by the DFFE? I think that's one thing that we need to establish here as a level of trust, at least, so that we know if we need to follow up by engaging the DFFE as labor at the level of NEDLAC. And also, I absolutely agree with Comrade Ashley in that code of good practice on just transition is going to be essential for us to ensure that we actually achieve any inroads in relation to influencing how this discourse actually unfolds in South Africa. Another part, Lebo, I think in the 2021 NDC, we were, yeah, a lot of stuff, a lot of things were said in how instrumental it was that the word just transition was in our NDC. And I think we need to be clear when we define ourselves in this NDC to put together the principles of just transition, how it is that we want to use it to eradicate poverty, to create jobs, to secure jobs, and also to ensure that we're mitigating and adapting to the climate impacts that we're facing. So yeah, that would be it from my side. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take the last round of hands. And while I'm taking the last round of hands, we've improved on those two flip charts. That one at the back there looks like it's a problem. Please, comrades, before we leave, populate that flip chart there so that we've got a more balanced view emanating from the labor consultation. And you just see those hands again. I saw, Tanya, you were one of them, and then the comrade from Fedusa will come in.
If I may ask, Labour's quite clear on how we want to engage and what we want to put forward on the NDCs. But we don't have insight into what business is pushing or what other stakeholders are pushing. And we may well, in our submissions, want to be able to, for example, counter a conservative position being pushed by business. So I wanted to ask the PCC, given your consultations and engagement with a variety of players, are you able to give us a little bit of the lay of the land and where everybody's throwing the dice, as though that makes sense? But yeah.
But I always hold caucuses with you guys. You will know what is said. But just to say more seriously, all the sessions are live streamed. So you are more than welcome to go and have a look at what has been said in the various consultations. None of this is a secret. We are going to have stakeholder specific summary reports from what came out of the various consultations, which again, they are public information, and we will disseminate that information. So the biggest concern from business is they are concerned about increasing ambition. And they are concerned about this because they are concerned that it will affect just general competitiveness of the South African economy. What informs this? Those are other issues that are up for discussion, and maybe going back to the actual session and reading the summary report, we can understand these much better. But I just wanted to say this, and I'm not discounting what's going to be said here. And it always goes to the basis of the overview that Steve was doing. We are already operating from a basis of an unjust society. And comrades, you know this, you understand class issues very well. We are already, and Comrade Barry in his presentation already, even alluding to the fact that, you know, we could actually classify 30 wasted years because we are operating in an environment, in an economy that structurally is unjust. And there are competitive opportunities that are based on the fact that we do something, and we do something in a manner that is just, and we act in a timely fashion. There was a slide that Steve did project, which talks about how you time your interventions. But we need to do this taking into consideration a number of factors. We are a very unique country with very unique circumstances. So we need to time our intervention accordingly. But there are things that we can do that increase our competitiveness, even in the context of achieving an ambition. But if you are lacking in your ability to get your economic development right, if you are lacking in your economy, in your ability to finance projects in a manner that is sustainable and you can wrap up that type of investment, unfortunately, you will fall short in your endeavors. But there are things that can be done and can put us competitively, not at the back foot, comrades. It can actually enhance our position. And in the blueprint for workers, we identify the things that can be done in an economic context to help us in that regard. So I'm glad to hear the question around collective bargaining and how we make sure that through collective agreements, in the context of a transition, we protect workers. But collective agreements are only going to protect formal sector workers. We have a problem when it comes to contract workers. We must do something about that. So it means in your collective bargaining agreement, you must agree that the applications must not just be for formal sector workers, but it must apply across the board as long as they are employed by the organization. Comrade Louise, you want to respond to that? I'm going to come. I promise you I'm coming. Comrade Louise.
Yes, I want to respond to Comrade Tanya's question because I'm a commissioner. I'm Commissioner Louise Naudé. I'm from the organization WWF. That's my day job. And I've sat in all these consultation sessions except the one with youth and not the one with faith-based groups. So I want to tell you that civil society is likely, we're still discussing positions, but is likely to call for NDC mitigation targets that are in alignment with the climate equity reference calculator. And Comrade Tanya is right. You know, that's a technical tool to calculate a country's fair share of the global effort required to stabilize at 1.5 degrees. It doesn't deal with the issues within an economy around livelihoods, impacts, etc. It does, however, take cognizance of global equity between countries. So it does say, you know, South Africa as a developing country, along the lines of the argument by Steve, you know, is allowed to act slower and is allowed to do less in the transition period. So that is likely to be the position from civil society. And just remembering, comrades, that, you know, we are the communities in which workers live. So the climate change impacts are, you know, of great concern to us. This is destroying our communities, our livelihoods, our health. So those are also your concerns, I know. And the best form of adaptation is still mitigation. You know, do the most you can to prevent it in the first place. So that's a civil society perspective. Then from business, we are in a climate justice struggle and a class struggle. So we should stop using business will say XYZ about the NDC as a sweeping statement, because actually there are fractions of business. And those who are heavy emitters are the ones saying we have to go slower, we have to do less. You know, they use your argument of jobs as part of their argument. You know, so there are some in business who are pushing back, but there are others. There's the Alliance for Climate Action, which is an alliance of businesses who stand up for a net zero by 2050 economy. there is NBI who did extensive work on is it technically feasible, not socially and not justice feasible, but technically feasible for businesses in every single sector to get to net zero. And the answer they found was it is, and that the biggest the easiest, technically easiest and biggest impact piece to do would be shifting our electricity system. And yesterday, was it yesterday that the business consultation happened?
Yes.
I was very encouraged by the fact that BUSA made calls for great, they said every NDC must get more and more ambitious. So I don't know if that, I was also surprised, Comrade Tanya.
Yeah.
So it seems that, the balance of forces within business has a little bit shifted from the heavy emitters. So I don't know if that's more useful kind of intel
Yeah. Thanks.
for your thinking.
Thanks, Comrade Lewis. I only have, yeah, we need to, unfortunately, we need to wrap it up. I only have an opportunity to get one more question to come in. And then what I'm going to request is this. If there are any additional inputs that comrades would like to make, there is that mitigation address, Mitigation at Climate Commission, that I'm going to ask you to make use of to send an email to indicating to us what your input is so that we still include you in the conversation. We have a lunch break, so if you do want to address something bilaterally with somebody and they've raised something of keen interest, I know, Basani, there were a lot of questions for you. I'm going to ask that, please, it does happen in the lunchtime, because we really need to clear out of this room. There is another meeting that's starting shortly. I'm sorry, comrades. Unfortunately, we set really short times, but it clearly is also there's a need for a follow-up. So I'm just going to get the comrade from Fedusa. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Wahid, the General Secretary of Hospice and also the Vice President at Fedusa, responsible for development. And part of my portfolio is to drive the climate change agenda within the Federation. I'm going to be a little bit controversial. I'm not going to cover, I know a lot of good work has been done and said in relation to a lot of position papers on the issue. But I come from KZN and I've watched over the years. I think if anybody in their mind now says that climate change is not affecting them, they're living in another world. And I've watched over the years how KZN has changed its weather patterns, and it has devastating effects for the province. And I've got a very strong background in government, and I was employed in government, and they say that in every workshop that we go to, they say government's got to be the lead runner in this program. If government doesn't take the leading role, this will never happen. And we know that. So I asked myself the question, why is it that this type of agenda items have never served on the collective bargaining agenda at government level? At the PSCBC and the sectoral councils, there's no discussion about climate change and the effects it's going to have on communities that public services serve. Why is it that the infrastructure in government, who's supposed to be the lead runner, hasn't changed and transitioned? They're still using coal-fired boilers and diesel engines to run facilities in public services. So these are the kind of questions we are asking ourselves. If you want to be a leader, you need to lead from the front, not just about taking everybody else along with you. So climate change is something that government needs to take ownership for as well. The private sector and community is relying on government and the public services to deliver on this program. And it's not going to be possible if infrastructure in the public service is not up to scratch and still running on very, very old infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, comrades. And thank you very much for your time here today, making it part of this engagement. I know it's been It's been a lot of information all at once, but I'm hoping that comrades have been covered in terms of the views that have been expressed here today. Having listened to the inputs from Comrade Tanya, having listened to the inputs from Comrade Barry, Dr. B, these are the general views that exist within the labor across the labor federations. By the way, it's not just in a particular labor federation. I just wanted to also make the point that the Just Transition Labour Center colleagues are here. They are here to assist us in terms of capacity building on the Just Transition. So Comrade Zico, some of the points that you were raising around worker education, and some of this work making it into the shop steward meetings and their training materials. We look forward to that. Comrade Louise, you helped us develop toolkits on how to get this stuff to the shop floor and how to organize using the issues related to the Just Transition. So also Comrade Zico in the lunch, Comrade Louise, Comrade Dumi, who was also doing that work, is here. So we link up with those people as well. I think the question around the engagements with the DFFE at NEDLEC, comrades, you are represented at NEDLEC, you sit at NEDLEC. My suggestion is as soon as they release the NDC, you table as Section 77 and you drag them to NEDLEC. And that's the only way to make sure that the consultation is indeed inclusive of your views. And I agree with a lot of the issues that have come here. The centrality of collective bargaining, I agree with it 100%. In Comrade Tanya's input, she talked about the issue of having established framework agreements, sectoral framework agreements, because that becomes very important. That's your tool, comrades, as well as code of good practices to ensure that you, as the transition happens and as you adhere to targets, you are protecting the workforce and you are protecting jobs. I'm not going to attempt to summarize everything that was said in today's meeting. It was a lot. I'm going to then propose that you wait for our summary that we send to yourselves, but we do have a follow-up in terms of this process. We will also be we will have online webinars and dialogues in terms of the various sections of the NDC. And on top of that, there will be a colloquium that you are all invited to come back to, where we will also be talking about these issues even more. Safe to say, please return the name tags to the registration desk. Please, we are trying to recycle here. Thank you very much. And from the inputs, yes, the flip charts are looking much better now. Thank you very much for your inputs, comrades. Thank you very much for your time. We will see you all soon in the next engagement. Thank you.